Chapter 219. Budokai had gathered. Almost all the powerful people from the Federation's 36 provinces and 11 overseas islands were here. It was a black mass that stretched as far as the eye could see. There were probably more than 10,000 people participating this time. The 36 provinces and 11 overseas islands were divided. Other than a few small cities, there were as many cities as there were in Budokai. Some of the larger provinces had more than one city in each city, and there were more than one Budokai. If the competition continued, it would take some time before it was over. More than 10,000 people gathered, but no one made a sound. They all kept quiet, and Shanha rose into the air, his expression indifferent. The competition will be divided into 3 regions: the ordinary provinces, the larger provinces, and the overseas islands. Each region will select 30 Budokai, and there will be 10 spots. 10 miles to the left is the ordinary province region. 10 miles to the right is the overseas islands region. This is the larger province region. Everyone, go to your respective regions according to the cities in which Budokai is located. Jiang Changkong was taken aback. What about the smaller provinces? And Shanha glared at him. The smaller provinces will go to the ordinary provinces. Jiang Changkong was the only one from a smaller province. The other smaller provinces would never have the chance to participate in this. The Budokai people split up and went to different regions. Jiang Changkong also went to the left, 10 miles away. There were also troops and spectators here, as well as devices monitoring the area. Nan Tianping and Yao Meng were also in the crowd. There was also a high-level martial artist here with a device in his hand. Jiang Changkong looked at the Budokai people who had rushed over. There were about a few thousand of them. Is everyone here now? The high-level martial artist's expression was indifferent as he floated in the air. His voice was not loud, but it resounded clearly in everyone's ears. The token in Jiang Changkong's hand glowed. The high-level martial artist looked at the device and relaxed slightly. Very good, everyone is here. I am Nan Yenyang, one of the hosts of the Sin Realm competition. Now the random battles will begin. As soon as he finished speaking, the device glowed, and a huge starlight screen condensed with a bunch of names on it. Battlefield 2, Jiang Changkong versus Tianfeng, Budokai. The first thing Jiang Changkong saw was his name, Tianfeng, Budokai. He did not know which province he was from, nor did he need to know. He just needed to fight. There were 300 battle zones in the surroundings, and each zone had a special stone tablet that marked the number of the battlefield. Jiang Changkong flew through the air and arrived at the second battlefield. His opponent had arrived as well. All 9 of them were peak astral spirits. One man built a city. I have long heard of your name. 9 peak astral spirits stepped onto the battlefield and looked at Jiang Changkong solemnly. Jiang Changkong's expression was indifferent. It's just an empty reputation. Everyone, how about we decide this in one move? All right. The people of Tianfeng Budokai looked solemn as they felt a little more confident. If it was a protracted battle, with Jiang Changkong's strength, he could completely defeat them one by one. If it was a direct battle, they might have a chance of winning if they joined forces. One of the peak astral spirits sneered. We have been hearing about you these days. Today, let us see if your reputation is real. Cut the crap, let's get started. Jiang Changkong stood with his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent. The device in the air was also pointed at them. In the crowd, Nan Tianping and Yao Meng were watching the battle. Mingjia, do you think Jiang Changkong's move will be a little difficult? Not difficult at all. He will probably go all out. Right now, most people in Budokai have changed. Yao Meng said solemnly. Right now, people in Budokai had basically been replaced by people from the major forces, except for the president. The peak astral spirits sent by the major forces were not weak, and were basically stronger than ordinary peak astral spirits. As they spoke, the battle began. The 9 astral spirits from Tianfeng let out a low roar. their astral power vast and mighty, instantly unleashing their full strength. The 9 peak astral spirits unleashed their power, dazzling starlight shooting straight into the sky, shaking a radius of hundreds of meters. Jiang Changkong stood with his hands behind his back, watching the 9 attacks coming at him. The blazing sun astral power in his body suddenly erupted. Rumble! The vast blazing sun astral power, wherever the golden light passed, engulfed the 9 peak astral spirits. Puff! The 9 figures flew out at the same time, blood spilling. They were instantly seriously injured. "You have lost," Jiang Changkong said indifferently. "Number 2, Jiang Changkong wins," Nan Yan Yang's voice came. Jiang Changkong didn't stay and directly left. The 9 martial artists from Tianfeng had just climbed to their feet, their faces full of horror. One move? Jiang Kong didn't even make a move just now. He only unleashed his astral power. What kind of monster was this? Even the talents of the major forces couldn't compare to him. Could they? The other competition venues in Budokai were all stunned when they heard this. "It's over? We haven't even started and Jiang Changkong is already over? Even surrendering can't be that fast." The most confused were Nan Tianpeng and Yao Meng. "Can't you at least put in some effort? Where's the one move you promised?" "I'm afraid this guy is even stronger," Nan Tianpeng said solemnly. "I wonder if my brother can beat him." "I'm not sure. I hope we can see some of his strength next." Yao Meng's face was solemn. "Fortunately, he has the blazing sun astral power, while Jiang Changyue has the lunar astral power." Nan Tianpeng was a little comforted. Yes, these 2 types of astral powers can be suppressed by the Nan family and the Feng family. Even if they can't win, they won't lose. Yes, Jiang Changkong will have no problem getting the quota, but once he enters Sin Realm, he won't be able to take all the astral stones. Yao Meng heaved a sigh of relief. She knew Jiang Changkong too well. He valued the astral stones too much. Once he entered, he would definitely find a way to suppress the criminals in Sin Realm and plunder the astral stones. If he took all the astral stones, what was the point of them entering? Now, they could only hope that the Nan family's prodigy could restrain Jiang Changkong. However, they could never have imagined that Jiang Changkong had cultivated the 9 skies, 9 clouds art. Jiang Changkong left the battlefield and returned to Nan Yan Yang's side. He glanced at Nan Tianpeng, walked over and sat down beside them. "Congratulations," the 2 said. "What's there to congratulate? It's a sure win." Jiang Changkong sighed softly. "But they're too slow. When will the next round start?" "The 2, you're right, they're holding you back." The spectating martial artists couldn't bear to listen anymore and moved further away. In the past, it would take half a day or even a few days for a winner to be decided. But Jiang Changkong ended it as soon as he got on the stage. Jiang Changkong sat beside the 2. There was a device here that projected the matches of the 3 regions. Some were for the ordinary provinces, while others were for the outer islands and the major provinces. "So slow. Is there any way to finish the matches faster? For example, fighting 100 at once?" Jiang Changkong asked. "You can fight 100? Nan Tianpeng's face darkened. Even his brother couldn't fight 100. "I can try. It'll be faster this way." Jiang Changkong held his chin. The last thing he was afraid of was group battles. As long as they were not of the same origin and the astral powers could not be fused, he could fight a few hundred more. It would only take time. "The 2, would it kill you to stop being so pretentious? I realize that you're the most pretentious and pretentious among us." "I can't help it. That's the rule." Yao Meng was speechless. Jiang Changkong also knew that it was the rule. Even if he defeated all 10 of them, these people would still have to compete. He was about to say something when Jiang Changkong's body stiffened. Someone was spying on him maliciously. If it was just a casual glance, his 5 senses wouldn't give him much feedback. Besides, he could feel maliciousness. He turned around and saw that everyone was watching the matches. No one was paying attention to him. Thinking of this, he whispered in Yao Meng's ear, "Someone is spying on me. Get someone to investigate. Don't let anyone know." Yao Meng nodded discreetly. She twirled her ring with her left hand and a faint starlight flashed. Chapter 220. On the screen, a group of martial artists were locked in a fierce battle. Jiang Chongkong was bored. He was not in the mood to watch this kind of battle. He might be interested if they were geniuses. Nan Tianpeng, on the other hand, was engrossed in it. Sometimes he was angry. Sometimes he was excited as if he was fighting. He was starting to understand why they had to start fighting for the spots so early. If these people fought for another day, they would not be able to choose the top 10 in a month. Bored, Jiang Chongkong began to pay attention to other issues. "How many spots do you have?" 20, Yao Meng said. That was double of theirs. That was a lot. Before he could express his envy, Yao Meng continued. "The Federation also has 20. You can bring 10 people, so there are 20 left. That's 220 people. The Federation also has 220 people. Adding on the people from Budokai, including the president, that's 90. Jiang Chongkong calculated. "Are there enough criminals in the Sin realm?" Yao Meng said in a low voice. "The sinners in the Sin realm are more and stronger than you think." Jiang Chongkong took out his phone and pressed the calculator. 530 people. 1,000 lower-grade star stones for each person. That's 530,000. 53 million essences. That way, as long as he robbed them, it would be enough for him to step into the advanced level. Thinking of the essences, Jiang Chongkong was excited. Yao Meng looked at him in a daze. "Why are you shaking? Look at you. Are you excited? Also, what do you mean by that?" She could not help but pinch him. Yao Meng said in a low voice, "Do you want to die?" Jiang Chongkong was stunned. That was true. If he really robbed all these people, he would definitely be dead. These people could be said to represent the entire Federation. If Jiang Chongkong really did that, the Sin realm would probably lock him up. "It's just a simple calculation." Jiang Chongkong laughed dryly and said, "We are partners. Why would we make a move against you?" However, he would definitely not be polite to those who dared to provoke him. Yao Meng said in a low voice, "Be careful. There's more than one heavens, chosen imprisoned in the Sin domain. Some of them are real demons. I like this kind of heavenly prodigy and demon. They're very strong and have a lot of star stones in their hands. It is worth it for me to go and fight for them." Jiang Chongkong had made up his mind. With his undefeatable capabilities, after he enters the realm of Sin, he will destroy the city of Sin. The two of them chatted while paying attention to the competition. How did this team lose? Jiang Chongkong looked at the instrument. The battle just now was clearly inextricable, but it suddenly ended. Yao Meng said indifferently, "It's normal for them to go easy. Some major forces will bribe their opponents. Isn't this a random battle? You can bribe them during the battle." Jiang Chongkong, "Well, you guys are rich. Shouldn't I leave a spot open for you guys to bribe?" However, after some thought, he decided to forget about it. A high-ranking mecha in the Void Realm was already pretty good. It was not until the evening that the first battle in the ordinary provinces ended. Half of the participants were eliminated. Nan Yanyang spoke again. "Rest for 2 hours. The second battle will begin." The battle had just ended. Other than Jiang Chongkong, those who had bribed their opponents were basically exhausted. Jiang Chongkong felt that he was being watched again and whispered in Yao Meng's ear. Yao Meng said calmly, "Don't worry about anything. Just pretend you didn't notice." Jiang Chongkong didn't make any moves and just watched the battle by himself. 2 hours later, the second battle began. Jiang Chongkong was on the third battlefield. Once again, without a single move, he heavily injured his opponent with his astral power and ended the battle. Jiang Chongkong returned to Yao Meng's side and sighed. If this goes on, are we going to fight until tomorrow? A star soul martial artist can go without rest for a few days and nights. Yao Meng said softly, under normal circumstances, we have to fight for 4 days and rest for 1 day. Fine, I just think it's too boring. Jiang Changkong sprawled out in his seat and could not help but pat Nan Tianpeng. Nan Tianpeng was dumbfounded. Why did you hit me? I have nothing better to do. Nan Tianpeng. If you have nothing better to do, can't you just beat yourself up? However, Nan Tianpeng was a smart man and quickly came up with an idea. If you're bored, you can eat. That's how I relieve my boredom. You're the same as Ying Yanxue, but Senior Yanxue doesn't gain weight no matter how much she eats. Yao Meng patted him. Take a look at the message I sent you. Jiang Changkong unlocked his phone and narrowed his eyes. Shengjin, are you sure? I'm sure. You've killed many of Shengjin's men in Anding province. They won't let it go. They're not in a hurry to make a move. They probably want to continue understanding your strength through Budokai. Yao Meng explained. Jiang Changkong frowned slightly. What will you do next according to the usual routine of the major forces? Yao Meng rolled her eyes at him. What do you mean by major forces? The Alcade Chamber of Commerce would never do such a thing. Fine, let me put it another way. If it were you, how would you deal with me? Jiang Changkong asked. We're friends. Yao Meng shook her head and said, I've never thought about how to deal with you. Why don't you ask Nan Tianpeng? Jiang Changkong could not help but glance at Nan Tianpeng, who was ordering food next to him. He patted him and asked the profound question. Nan Tianpeng immediately said, I'll poison you, of course, and then trick the rest of the people in Budokai into killing you. You won't let your brother do it? Jiang Changkong raised an eyebrow. The heavenly talents are all fighting for a spot. There's no time. Besides, you're so strong. How can I let my brother take the risk? Nan Tianpeng curled his lips. It's not easy to train a heavenly talent. Besides, there are so many idiots in Budokai. It'd be a waste not to use them. Poison? Budokai can't take me down, Jiang Changkong said. Besides, I know you. Fatty Nantian frowned and pondered for a long time before saying, the solar star formation uses the blazing sun to restrain your blazing sun. Adding on some restraining devices, it won't be a problem to take you down after paying a small price. Bang! Nan Tianpeng crawled into the empty space in the chair. His fat body struggled for a while, and he said angrily, Jiang Changkong, why did you hit me again? The martial artists around them looked over curiously. Did these two have a conflict? Jiang Changkong pulled him up, his face dark. You really want to harm me. You've planned it so carefully, Nan Tianpeng. You're the one who told me to say that. Next time you ask me such a question, I'll be an idiot if I answer with one word. Fatty Nan felt wronged. Jiang Changkong ignored him and continued to watch the other battles. Yao Meng said in a low voice, Tianwang is right. These are the broken hands. However, only the Nan family knows the Sun Star Array. The other families only know some incomplete and weak ones. It's different now. Even Nan Tianpeng's fifth uncle is in trouble. Jiang Changkong shook his head. Both Yan Shuiyue's third uncle and Nan Tianpeng's fifth uncle were working for someone else and attacked Yan Shuiyue. Under such circumstances, how could they not get a Sun Star Array? Don't worry too much. They won't dare to attack you if you're with us, Yao Meng said. That won't do. Jiang Changkong shook his head. If we don't let them attack, they'll keep watching. It'll be a big problem. Yao Meng was shocked. You want to create opportunities for them? Chapter 221. Jiang Changkong didn't want to be watched all the time. It was best to lure them out and kill them all. Maybe he could get some star stones. In the morning, Jiang Changkong almost fell asleep before the second battle was over. Food was provided. Nan Tianpeng had a big appetite and liked to eat good food, so he asked someone to bring it to him. At noon, The third battle finally began. Jiang Chongkong was still the same. Now everyone present knew him. It ended too fast, and he was too strong. As Yao Meng said, he fought for 4 days, rested for 1 day, and arrived here before 7 the next day to continue the competition. Jiang Chongkong and the others returned to the city. Nan Tianwang and Yao Meng were very free, so they continued to eat and drink with him. The competition between the big forces is over, Nan Tianpang said while looking at his phone. Jiang Chongkong raised his eyebrows. So fast! There aren't many big forces to begin with. In order to end the battles quickly and not waste everyone's cultivation time, all the heavenly talents fought. Yao Meng explained. I should have fought with you. Jiang Chongkong sighed. The two rolled their eyes. It would have been faster if you had joined the Federation. With your strength, the Federation would have given you a spot. Jiang Chongkong curled his lips and went back to his room to sleep after eating. Just as he closed his eyes, the doorbell rang. Who is it? Jiang Chongkong opened the door and saw a familiar face. Han Jiangbei, why are you here? Chang Kaisheng, what do you think about the matter we talked about last time? Han Jiangbei smiled. I've already cooperated with the Alcade Chamber of Commerce. Jiang Chongkong said lightly, I can only refuse young Master Han's kindness. What a pity. Han Jiangbei sighed and said, What a pity for Wang Ruiqing. After saying that, Han Jiangbei turned around and was about to leave. Jiang Chongkong's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly stopped him. Wait, Wang Ruiqing was the person Professor Yun asked him to save. She was also a professor, and her research institute was even bigger than Professor Yun's. Before entering the Sin domain, he was in possession of a peak 8th level mech, and was able to create 9th level mechs, and was even one of the top researchers. Now that he was imprisoned in the Sin domain, although his strength was only at the Star Treasury level, but with his abilities, he was doing very well in the Sin domain. Han Jiangbei stopped in his tracks, turned around, and smiled. Chang Kaisheng, are you in the mood to talk now? I'm afraid young Master Han's hand will not be able to reach into Sin domain, right? Jiang Chongkong said coldly. He did not believe that Han Jiangbei had the ability to evade the large powerhouses and fish out the people from the Sin domain. The smile on Han Jiangbei's face disappeared, and he said, I really don't have that ability, but I can guarantee that he's alive. Jiang Chongkong muttered, I can't give you the quota. Change your conditions. Apart from the quota, there's only the star stones. I wonder if Chang Kaisheng can afford it? Change your condition. Han Jiangbei, I can see that you have no sincerity at all. Change conditions. You only know how to change conditions? Chang Kaisheng, since you're so insincere, don't blame me for being impolite. Han Jiangbei's face turned cold. Jiang Chongkong's expression turned cold as well. Before you said those words to me, did you ever think that you can walk out of here alive? I guarantee that if Wang Ruiqing dies, you will be buried with him. It was impossible for him to have the starstones. He did not have them and only had 1,006th level lower grade starstones, which were used to participate in the Sin domain. Taking a deep breath, Han Jiangbei did not expect that Jiang Chongkong would act like a bastard. This business deal was completely out of the question. Thinking about that, he snorted and said, Forget it. Go and meet him yourself. I'm just here to pass the message. Huh. Jiang Chongkong frowned and was about to say something, but Han Jiangbei had already left a piece of paper and turned to leave. Jiang Chongkong took the piece of paper, glanced at it, then left the hotel and headed for the outskirts of the city. After leaving the city, he flew in the air and soon arrived at the destination. A man in a black outfit was standing there with his hands behind his back. You're the one who led me here? Jiang Chongkong asked. The man in a black outfit turned around and restrained his astral power. Chang Kaisheng, there are 2 options in front of you. I don't want to listen to your nonsense, Jiang Chongkong said indifferently. Only the man in a black outfit's eyes were exposed, and they looked even darker in the night. 1. Join us and give us half of your gains in the Sin realm. 2. Give us the place that the 3 families have promised you. 2. You and Wang Ruiqing will both die. Now that the Sin realm is about to open, can you still meddle in it? Jiang Changkong said sarcastically, I'm afraid you won't dare to come any closer. If you can, you should be threatening me with Wang Ruiqing right now. Just a sentence is enough, and many people will go crazy for a sliver of hope. The man in a black outfit said indifferently, even if we don't kill her now, after the matter in the Sin realm is over, we can continue to do so. Jiang Changkong's expression darkened. The man in a black outfit continued, Jiang Changkong, you have the strength and talent, and only we are the most suitable circle for you. Oh, the most suitable circle? Jiang Changkong's gaze congealed. Could it be that all of you are geniuses? The man in a black outfit said, That's right, only geniuses have the qualifications to join us. The matter in the Inding province can be considered as a test for you. You have displayed sufficient strength and talent. As long as you join us, Xingjin will not make things difficult for you, and we will not make things difficult for you. Jiang Changkong's expression was cold. I have something unfortunate to tell you. Huh. The man in a black outfit's gaze congealed, and his astral power surged. You want to make a move? Coming to see me alone is the most unwise thing you have ever done. Jiang Changkong snorted. A blade aura sliced through the night, silently arriving in front of him. Bang! A wave of majestic astral power exploded. The vast might shook the surroundings. The power in the man in black outfit's body was only slightly weaker than Yunbu Gui, but this bit of power was not enough to block his blade. Puchi! The blade pierced through his body, and the golden sun entered his body, instantly sealing the man's astral power, sealing his entire body. Jiang Changkong's figure quickly closed in and dislocated his chin. After seeing Chu Yinlong, you can't even wait to take the poison. He pulled down his face, and it was an unfamiliar face. Jiang Changkong looked around and realized that he was the only one nearby, and could not help but ask, The person behind you, did he send you here to die? Don't you know about the astral stone? He was depressed. This guy did not even bring any spatial equipment. The man in black outfit looked at him in anger. With his strength, even in front of Heaven's chosen one, he could retreat. Knowing that his strength was not weak, he dared to let Han Zhongbei lure Jiang Changkong over. However, he did not even manage to block a single attack. Jiang Changkong flew back to the city and handed the man over to Yao Meng and Nan Tianpeng to investigate and also ask them to help. The two of them also looked at the man in black with a strange expression. Is he that stupid? Why would he meet you alone? Even Nan Tianpeng did not dare to show off his brother in front of Jiang Changkong. He was afraid that Jiang Changkong would beat up his brother if he was unhappy. I'm also worried about his IQ. Jiang Changkong looked at the man in black sympathetically. The two of them sent the photos, and soon someone came to take the man in black away. Half an hour later, news came. Han Zhongbei, that bastard, was used. He's not with them at all. He only knows that mentioning Wang Ruiqing can make you change your mind. Yao Meng looked at the message and said, As for the man just now, he seems to be a genius from a decade ago. He still hasn't broken through to the advanced level, and he still has the cheek to call himself a genius? Jiang Changkong said disdainfully. He was injured too badly and left with a hidden injury, unable to step into the advanced level. He was tempted to join a force. That force promised that as long as he did his best, they would treat him and let him step into the advanced level. Yao Meng frowned. He doesn't know what force it is exactly. The other party is very good at hiding their methods. Even if he's been working for many years, he still doesn't know the organization. What about his superiors? Jiang Changkong frowned. Yao Meng said solemnly he doesn't know. Every time, it's the higher-ups looking for him. He only knows that it's advanced level martial artist. Advanced level martial artist? Could the headquarters of this force be in the Void Realm? It's very possible, but don't worry, Sindomain has been keeping a close watch these days. The other party won't make a move at this time. Jiang Changkong nodded. He knew that Sindomain would not be in trouble for the time being, which was why he was relieved to capture the man in black. Chapter 222. The Sindomain was fine for the time being, and all the major forces wanted to save their people, so they kept a close eye on the Sindomain. Whether it was now or in the future, it was almost impossible for them to interfere in the Sindomain's affairs. Jiang Changkong was still a little curious about this force. They actually had the cheek to call themselves a genius organization. He told Yao Meng about it and asked her to investigate the geniuses. Over the years, all kinds of geniuses who got into trouble must have been roped in by them. It might not be useful, but it was at least a clue. Leaving the matter to them, Jiang Changkong went back to his room to sleep. On the third day, he slept until noon and ate and drank to his heart's content. Jiang Changkong finally understood how Nan Tianpeng's fat body came to be. After a peaceful day, Jiang Changkong participated in the competition again. It was still the same. None of the Budokai could take a hit from him. It was always like this. No one paid attention to his battles anymore. It was too boring. Another 4 days passed, and it was a day of rest. This time it was not eating and drinking, but camping outside the city. Tents were set up outside the city, and a group of people surrounded a bonfire. They were all young masters and ladies. Jiang Changkong was able to come here because of Nan Tianpeng and Yao Meng. Yao Meng sat by the bonfire and said in a low voice, "These people all have businesses in the Void Realm." Jiang Changkong glanced around. Apart from them, there were 13 young men and women. So, they all have high-level martial artists in their families. Yes, they all have some cooperation with the Arcade Chamber of Commerce, Yao Meng said softly. Jiang Changkong understood. They're trying to curry favor with you? You can't say that. It's just a mutual connection. Do you have any girls you like? I'll introduce them to you, and you can work 10 years less. Yao Meng chuckled. 10 years? Jiang Changkong shook his head. In 10 years, I'll stand at the top of this world. I don't even know if there's a big force that can save me a year of hard work. 10 years? 10 years later, if we can't surpass these great powers, then it can only be said that we have too little energy. Nan Tianpeng moved his fat body and sat down. Changkong, you really can't move? Look, that one is beautiful. Jiang Changkong followed his finger and saw a woman in a light yellow dress. She was beautiful, and her skin was as white as snow. Her long hair was tied up with an emerald jade hairpin. It shone brightly, setting off the beauty. He sat alone at the side, gazing at the starry sky. No one knew what he was thinking. It is indeed very beautiful, but forget it, I am not interested. Jiang Changkong shook his head. Nan Tianpeng was stunned and said, That's a beauty who is as famous as Shui Yu's sister. You're not interested? After that, she looked at Jiang Changkong's crotch in horror. I heard that you and Ji Xiling are sisters. Haven't you ever been beaten before? We're brothers, okay? Why do you call us sisters? Jiang Changkong took a deep breath, pressed down on Fatty Nan and rubbed him. Yao Meng's mouth twitched. She wanted to laugh, but was embarrassed. She looked at the woman and said, She is from the Liangqiu family. Her name is Liangqiu Xuani. Although she is not as talented as a genius, she has reached the peak of the early stage astral spirit level. She is only 19 years old. Now that you mention it, you seem to be very weak. Jiang Changkong let go of Fatty Nan. Our talents are only average, and the Liangqiu family is only an average force. Yao Meng said, Our forces have no advanced cultivators. They are all mediocre. 1 or 2 are average. Jiang Changkong was a bit confused. 1 or 2 advanced martial artists were average. 7 or 8 advanced martial artists with astral form martial artists were considered second-rate forces. Surpassing the astral form martial artists and having 10 advanced martial artists were considered first-rate forces. Surpassing the advanced martial artists and having 10 advanced martial artists were considered first-rate forces. So, with enough resources, this Liang Qiu Xuanyi might not be any weaker than a genius? Jiang Changkong pondered. Yes, but unfortunately, she is not willing to join the Federation. Yao Meng said with some regret, if she joins a big force or the Federation, she will also be treated like a genius. Join a big force? I'm afraid there are a lot of restrictions, Jiang Changkong said. Fatty Nan Tian interrupted. Joining means marrying into a powerful faction. Then why don't you hurry up and chase after her? In the future, you will have a heavenly genius as your wife. Jiang Changkong laughed. Nan Tianping pursed his lips. I will go after she is done looking at the stars. Jiang Changkong asked curiously, now that you mention it, is it a habit for her to look at the stars? He looked up at the stars. There was nothing to see. He had seen it countless times in his previous life. The Liangqiu family has an advanced martial artist who participated in the space expedition. It is her grandfather. Yao Meng sighed softly. Her grandfather loves her very much. She has been waiting since she was 7 years old, but he still hasn't come back. Nan Tianping continued. It is difficult to return after 20 years. There is still waiting. Jiang Changkong changed the topic and asked about the Void Realm. The two stopped talking about Liangqiu Xuanyi and explained to him. It was not until late at night that Liangqiu Xuanyi stopped looking at the stars. The young men immediately ran over to strike up a conversation. Fatty Nan was among them. However, they were obviously not capable. Liangqiu Xuanyi's expression did not change at all. She also declined their invitations one by one. Yao Meng said again, Are you really not going to give it a try? With your talent and strength, Liangqiu Xuanyi will definitely give you a chance. Jiang Changkong tore off a piece of roasted star demon meat and said with some amusement, This is just like the natural world. A bunch of males are so hungry and thirsty that they are wagging their tails to find females. At this point, he looked at Yao Meng. Meng Jie is only slightly inferior in terms of beauty. In terms of talent, she has her family background to make up for it, but the bees around you don't. Yao Meng said calmly, I rejected everyone. Jiang Changkong smiled and said, One day I will also embark on an expedition. I only care about my own goal. It was fine if he wanted to chase after a woman, but Jiang Changkong had no such thoughts. He only wanted to improve his strength and set foot in the stars. One day, he wanted to be immortal and free. If he really wanted to pursue a woman, he would go on an expedition for decades. Then the woman would be watching the stars from below. Nan Tianping returned gloomily. Yao Meng chuckled. The male failed in his courtship and returned gloomily. Nan Tianping's expression was ugly as he bit a piece of meat. Meng Jie, don't blame me. Changkong would be useless even if he went. Jiang Changkong smiled and was about to say something when he sensed that someone was spying on him. He turned his head to look behind him. A man was hiding in the weeds, staring at him with a pair of cold eyes. You're haunting me. Jiang Changkong put down the piece of meat and his expression turned cold. His figure instantly disappeared. Changkong. The two hurriedly got up and chased after him. The people who were having fun were also alarmed and hurriedly followed. Jiang Changkong was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had already entered the weeds. The person who was spying on him seemed to have sensed him and quickly retreated. Friend, since you're already here, why don't you leave your life behind? Jiang Changkong instantly overtook the person who was spying on him and blocked his way. A man in black, with a long sword in his hand, looked a little panicked. Chapter 223. The man in black panicked and couldn't help taking 2 steps back. He glanced behind him and said, I didn't mean to spy on you. I was just passing by. A masked man in black spying on us? How could you pass by like that? Yao Meng said coldly. Liangqiu Xuani's expression changed a little, but she quickly regained her composure. Jiang Changkong furrowed his brows. His body flashed with a golden light as he raised his right palm. I'll take you down first before we talk about whether or not it was intentional. Jiang Changkong, you! The man in black roared and backed off, slashing at Liangqiu Xuani with a sword aura. Liangqiu Xuani was shocked. She was about to dodge when the sword aura suddenly stopped and flew to the side. Jiang Changkong's palm had already arrived. The man in black was frightened, but he couldn't dodge it. He could only turn his sword around and deal with it. Boom! Crack, crack! The ear-piercing sound of bones cracking was heard. The man in black's legs were shattered and he fell to the ground. Jiang Changkong lifted the black-clothed man and removed his mask, revealing an unfamiliar face. He didn't recognize the man and threw him at Yao Meng's feet. Mengjia, I'll leave him to you. Got it. Yao Meng took out her phone, took a picture, and posted the message. Jiang Changkong, you've ruined my plans again and again. You won't be able to live for long, hee, the man in black roared. But before he could finish, his jaw was dislocated and the astral power was poured into his body, sealing him. Jiang Changkong had put in a lot of effort to prevent the man from committing suicide. Soon, someone came and took the man in black away. The group returned to the bonfire and continued to have fun. What happened just now didn't affect them at all. These people had encountered this kind of thing a few times, if not 10 times. When they were about to enjoy the roasted meat, Liangqiu Xuani came over and sat down next to Yao Meng. Thank you for making my sword deviate just now. A soft and gentle voice sounded, and a smile appeared on her calm face. Jiang Changkong said, that sword aura was only to force you back. It didn't threaten your life. You don't need to thank me. Back then, he had used the imperial spirit art to change the direction of the sword rays. Liangqiu Xuani was still able to sense it. Yao Meng glanced at her and asked in confusion, among us, other than Changkong, Xuani is the strongest. Why would that person choose you as the breakthrough point? Nan Tianping came back to his senses and had a strange look on his face. That's true. If it was any of us, he could have killed us easily. Why did he choose Xuani? Liangqiu Xuani smiled. Her voice was still as soft as before. Perhaps it's because Changkong scared her so much that she panicked and lost her mind. I still have matters to attend to. Farewell. After saying those words, Liangqiu Xuani stood up and returned to her seat. There's something wrong with her. Nan Tianping frowned. Yao Meng nodded and sent a message, changing the topic. Let's rest after dinner. After eating, the night passed. The next day, everyone went their separate ways and promised to come again next time. Jiang Changkong and Yao Meng returned to 10,000 Miles City together. Yao Meng said in a low voice, what happened last night really wasn't targeted at Changkong. It was targeted at Liangqiu Xuani. Jiang Changkong was slightly startled. Yao Meng said, yes, but that was all. Someone told him to keep an eye on Liangqiu Xuani. To his surprise, you were there too. He took a look at you. Jiang Changkong, I'm really sorry. He only took a look at me. However, we are all in the same group. Even if he doesn't target me, his people will. Jiang Changkong said calmly. The two nodded. Yao Meng continued, people from Shengjin have been getting close to some people from Budokai recently. It's very likely that Tianwang is really using them to deal with you. A bunch of losers. I hope they make a move soon. Jiang Changkong said calmly. Nan Tianping said, I think they won't bring starstones with them if they make a move. Your reputation is ruined. Jiang Changkong, why do I always have the urge to beat you up? Without starstones, fighting would be meaningless. The three of them entered the 10,000-mile city. This time they would take him to have fun and get to know some rich young masters and ladies. The competition in Budokai continued. It had been 10 days. The top 30 of the ordinary provinces were finally going to be decided. Jiang Changkong defeated another Budokai and waited in the stands. By nightfall, 30 Budokai were finally chosen. Nan Yanyang took them to the competition venue of the major provinces. There was a ceasefire here. 30 Budokai were also chosen. The 30 teams from the 11 offshore islands had also arrived. All of them looked excited. There were only 90 teams left. 45 could be eliminated at once. After that, one team would be given a random bye. This time, it was in Shanha's turn to start the competition. The device projected that Jiang Changkong's opponent this time was Hai Dafu. Hai Dafu also arrived with 8 peak astral spirits with a serious expression. "Please," Jiang Changkong said politely. Hai Dafu's expression darkened. "Chang Kaisheng, I really don't want to fight you." Jiang Changkong said indifferently, "I don't want to either, but it's not up to me. Let's start." "Do it," Hai Dafu shouted. The 8 peak astral spirits burst out with azure starlight at the same time. The azure sword in Hai Dafu's hand released misty water vapor and drew the 8's astral power. "You're finally a little interested in the competition." Jiang Changkong's eyes lit up. The astral power of the 8 gathered and was drawn by Hai Dafu. The 9 of them worked together, and their power almost increased exponentially. This strength was extremely strong among peak astral spirits, second only to the heaven-chosen level. "Sky Sea Line!" Hai Dafu shouted in a deep voice. Together with his own strength, the power of the 9 of them combined together. The sword light was earth-shattering, shocking countless spectators. Even the soldiers who were maintaining order were surprised. This sword attack had attracted many people's attention. Not bad. With a sigh of admiration, Jiang Changkong slowly spread his hands behind his back and a blazing sun gathered. Buzz! The golden sun shone through the night, and the dazzling light made the area within a kilometer as bright as day. A monstrous heat wave swept out, and a pair of azure sword lights appeared. Sizzle! The astral power turned into white smoke and evaporated. How is this possible? Hai Dafu's expression changed at the same time. He gritted his teeth, and the astral power of the 9 instantly doubled. The azure light shone brightly, and Jiang Changkong finally looked at the 9 of them. This sword attack was comparable to a peak astral spirit's attack. Suddenly, he let the azure light engulf the blazing sun. Poof! The sharp sword pierced through the flesh, and the azure sword light penetrated their bodies. Hai Dafu and the others were overjoyed, but a blade light flashed and slashed the 6 of them. The 9 of them shook violently, and blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. Their bodies flew out and fell heavily to the ground. The astral power of the sun rushed into their bodies and messed up their astral power. Jiang Changkong looked at the wound on his body and grabbed the hilt of the sword. He pulled hard, and golden blood spurted out. The wound healed quickly and was as good as new in the blink of an eye. "I underestimated you. You can hurt me," Jiang Changkong said lightly. Hai Dafu and the others opened their mouths and spat out a mouthful of hot blood. Jiang Changkong had won this battle. Jiang Changkong flew back and came to Yao Meng's side. The 2 of them gave him a strange look. "You can't wait and want to lure them out." Jiang Changkong was a guy who could kill Yun Bugui. How could he be hurt by that sword attack? He must have done it on purpose. The 2 of them knew it. Jiang Changkong said, "How can we make a move if we don't give them a chance? I hope they will take the initiative next." Yao Meng said, "You'll have to wait until the day you rest. You'll be able to recover quickly with the help of healing medicine. I will continue to be injured. Help me keep an eye on those who do it. See which Budokai guy takes all their astral stones." Jiang Changkong thought for a moment and said, "Those who don't bring astral stones will be split 20 to 80. Those who bring will be split 30 to 70. Yao Meng narrowed her eyes. "You're not doing a good job. 50 to 50. Although you can't harm the president and have an excuse, Budokai can also be excluded. It will take a lot of manpower for us to make a move. That's 30 to 70. 50 to 50, that's boring. I'm risking my life. Chapter 224. In the end, it was a 40-60 split. Jiang Changkong didn't want to do business with Yao Meng in the future. He had to find a professional in the future. These people from the big forces were people who could clearly distinguish between feelings and business. They could give you some things for free and do things for you for free. But when it came to business, they were ruthless and didn't care about friendship at all. In the next battle, Jiang Changkong was injured again, and his injury worsened. The medicine given by Nan Tianping and the others could only temporarily suppress it. This way, Jiang Changkong felt that more people were spying on him, as if to confirm if he was really injured. Jiang Changkong also went from defeating his opponent with one move to defeating his opponent after a few hours. At the end of the 4 days, there were 12 teams left. They rested for a day and then decided on the next 10 places. That night, Jiang Changkong and the other two returned to the city and checked into a hotel. Should we go to the hospital and disguise ourselves? Nan Tianping asked. No, if they want to go to the Sin Realm. Tonight is their last chance. Besides, even if it's not for the Sin Realm, we will go to the Sin Realm after the 10 places are chosen. Jiang Changkong said lightly. Tonight should be their only chance. If they missed this chance, they didn't know when they would have to wait. Then why are you pretending to be injured? Do you have nothing better to do? Fatty, Nen rolled his eyes. The injury is just to stimulate them and make them want to fight. Jiang Changkong said calmly, didn't we agree to continue camping tonight? Let's go. Yao Meng said, we still have to prepare. Take Aunt Lu with you. You are confident, but we also have to be careful. Nan Tianping nodded. The other party must be prepared. Bringing a peak star spirit would not be a burden. After calling the bodyguards, the 3 of them went to the campsite. This time, the campsite was a little far from the previous location. Jiang Changkong's face was pale, and he looked weak. Lu Min and a middle-aged man followed beside Yao Meng, escorting them. When the group arrived at the campsite, Liang Qiushhuani and the others were already there. There were also a few other groups camping nearby. Seeing the 5 of them, a young man smiled and said, you guys are too careful. You even brought bodyguards this time. It's different this time. Changkong is seriously injured, Yao Ming explained. The youth said, Brother Changkong, I've seen all your matches. You were just too careless. That's right. Those who are able to participate in the Sin Domain competition are all powerful martial artists and geniuses. Brother Changkong, you weren't too strong in the beginning, but you didn't understand Hai Da Fu in detail beforehand. A few of them took out healing medicines and said, fortunately, your life is not in danger. Take these healing medicines and use them. Thank you for your kindness. I have already taken the healing medicine. Jiang Changkong thanked them one by one. Yao Meng said, Changkong's condition has stabilized. Let's do what we have to do. Only then did the group of people get busy. Some lit a fire, some processed the ingredients, and some set up tents. Liang Qiushhuani continued to look at the starry sky, ignoring everyone and sitting there quietly. Nan Tianping and Yao Meng were in charge of barbecuing, while Jiang Changkong, who was sick, was in charge of eating. The group of people chatted and laughed. Time passed quickly, and an alluring aroma wafted in the air, whetting everyone's appetite. Let me tell you, I have learned barbecuing professionally. Nan Tianping began to brag. But the barbecued meat this time was indeed fragrant. Liang Qiushhuani took a piece of barbecued meat from a plate and sat next to Jiang Changkong. It smells too good. There's a problem. Jiang Changkong glanced at her and ate a piece of barbecued meat. Sure enough, there was a trace of strange energy that was eroding his star power. If one did not observe carefully, they would not be able to detect this strange energy. But it was just a bite. It was not a big threat, and they didn't even have to use the antidote. Nan Tianping had already said that he used poison. They had prepared antidotes. The universal antidote pill could only cure those below the advanced level. Liang Qiu, Xuani glanced at him without any change in her expression. She got up and left. The others ate the barbecued meat and chatted happily. Jiang Changkong ate while clearing the toxins in his body. "There's something wrong with the meat." A young man threw away the meat in his hand, took a bottle of antidote, and sat down with his legs crossed. "There's poison. Who's in charge of the ingredients today?" Nan Tianpeng's expression changed, and he yelled. "I did, but I was poisoned too. I didn't know there was a problem." A young man took out the antidote and swallowed it with a pale face. He was in charge of the ingredients. Yao Meng and Fatty Nin were from top forces. If something happened to them, he would be in big trouble. Jiang Changkong sat down with his legs crossed. His pale face was flushed and blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth. Everyone except Liang Qiu Xuani had been poisoned. "Why are you fine?" Nan Tianpeng looked at Liang Qiu Xuani. Liang Qiu Xuani slowly stood up without saying a word. "Liang Qiu Xuani, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person." "I didn't poison you," Liang Qiu Xuani said calmly without the slightest panic. "Bullshit! If you didn't do it, why didn't you eat it?" Thump! The dull sound of footsteps could be heard as several groups of camping teams rushed over from all directions. However, it was not to rescue them, but to kill them. "Of course, she didn't poison you." She wouldn't dare to say it. A cold voice was heard and figures came out of the darkness. One of them stared at Jiang Changkong and said, "Cheng Kaisheng, we meet again." "Hi, Dafu. I'm surprised that you showed up." Jiang Changkong looked at the person who had spoken, Hai Dafu, who had been defeated by him. Hai Dafu's expression was cold. Behind him were 8 peak astral spirits. "Cheng Kaisheng is powerful. This time we want to fight again. What about you?" Jiang Changkong looked at the others. These people, including Hai Dafu and the other 8, totaled nearly 30 peak astral spirits. Many peak astral spirits looked indifferent. "We came for you and to fight again. There should be more people behind you. Call them out together." Jiang Changkong stood up, his expression indifferent. Cheng Kaisheng is indeed bold. Knowing that there is danger, he still dares to go out of the city. A cold voice was heard. In the darkness, 5 men in black appeared at the same time. Such a lineup to send off Cheng Kaisheng. "You didn't come to this world in vain. Who are you? How dare you attack us? Don't you know who we are?" A young man's expression changed. This lineup was too luxurious. "How dare you attack here? Aren't you afraid that the high-level warriors of Wanli City will come out to kill you?" The man in black's eyes were cold. "The surroundings have been cleaned up. There is no one within 100 miles. If you want to blame someone, blame Jiang Changkong. We pay attention to courtesy before force. Before, we invited Cheng Kaisheng, but he refused and left our people behind." Jiang Changkong sneered. "Peaceful measures before resorting to force? You can't beat him, so you talk about courtesy? Besides, you call that courtesy? I'll give you another chance. Call all the people you can to save trouble in the future. Arrogant. Today, even if you are not poisoned or injured, you will die without a doubt." The 5 men in black shouted. A few golden stones appeared in their hands. They fell in all directions, bursting with the golden light of the sun. "Sun Star Array." Jiang Changkong looked at Fatty Nan with a complicated expression. "Is this your disciple?" Chapter 225. Just as Fatty Nan had said, they had poisoned him and encouraged the people of Budokai to attack the Sun Star Array again. Dazzling golden light lit up the night sky. The pure power of the sun formed the star array. The power of the sun inside Jiang Changkong's body rose, and he felt suppressed. Nan Tianwang was in an even worse situation. He couldn't even release the power of the sun inside his body. His bodyguard was a bit better than him, but his strength was also greatly reduced. He could only use the power of a late-stage astral spirit. That wasn't enough to suppress the others, but the terrifying temperature of the sun-star array was enough to kill ordinary astral cultivators. Even though the people present could be considered geniuses, they were all covered in sweat after being poisoned. Liang Qiushhuani was no longer calm. The blue star power even emitted a light mist, which was restrained by the sun-star array. Liang Qiushhuani, I'll give you one last chance. Join us. A man in black looked at Liang Qiushhuani. His body exuded a sharp star power and dazzling golden light, but he wasn't afraid of the sun-star array. Liang Qiushhuani's face turned cold. Impossible. You don't know what's good for you. Kill him. Haidafu and the other 8 people rushed forward first. The other warriors of Budokai also attacked. Those people all had golden light shining on them, which resonated with the sun-star array. Jiang Changkong, go to hell. Haidafu grinned, and the 9 people worked together again. Let's see how you're going to resist this time. Jiang Changkong's pale face returned to normal. He raised his hand, and a 6th-grade blade appeared in his hand. The sunset covered the golden light of the sun. The blade aura engulfed everyone. How is this possible? The faces of the martial artists who were rushing over changed greatly, and they looked horrified. Haidafu and the other 8 people were the first to be hit. The blade aura cut their throats. Hot blood splashed, and the blue star power evaporated. The blade was as fast as a phantom. Wherever it passed, there was no chance of survival. How strong are you? The 5 men in black turned pale at the same time. Their eyes were full of fear. Have you ever figured out what I'm capable of? Jiang Changkong said indifferently. He raised his left hand, and an invisible star power spread. The Yuling art. Rumble. The blazing sunstones in the surroundings all flew out. The sun-star formation was instantly shattered. The suppression dissipated, and a vast energy surged out, spreading towards the many martial artists. Pucci! Just the impact of the star power was enough to send many martial artists flying while vomiting blood. Witnessing my strength is your honor. Jiang Changkong released his right hand, and the long saber slashed through the void, releasing thousands of saber lights. The saber light drowned everything, enveloping all the martial artists, including the 5 black-robed men. The 5 black-clothed men were not weak. They were all geniuses, second only to geniuses of the heavens' chosen level. They each displayed their abilities and shattered the saber radiance. Go! The 5 of them made a prompt decision to abandon the Budokai members, and were about to leave. You think you can leave? Jiang Changkong sneered. He stood still, and the blazing sun astral energy in his body changed instantly. An invisible astral energy spread out. Get back here. With a ferocious shout, the 5 and the remaining cultivators froze at the same time. Their bodies flew uncontrollably towards Jiang Changkong. Thump! The remaining peak stage astral spirits, including the black-clothed men, all knelt in front of Jiang Changkong. You! The 5 of them had just opened their mouths when an invisible astral energy controlled their voices and stopped them. Jiang Changkong put away his saber and said indifferently, "You're right. I'm not poisoned or injured. How much of my strength can this low-level sun-star array suppress me? Also, I know more than the blazing sun art. What can you do if I change to another art? This is the antidote. Take it." Nan Tianpeng took out the antidote and gave it to the others. Liang Qiushhuani's expression changed. You all knew? Nan Tianpeng said disdainfully, "We've already guessed it." Lu Min picked up the blazing sunstone and gave it to Nan Tianpeng. Nan Tianpeng frowned. It really is from the Nan family. In the entire Nan family, only my brother, who has cultivated part of the astral form, is unaffected. Hearing that, Yao Meng also looked at Jiang Changkong in surprise. You've cultivated part of the astral form too? That shouldn't be the case. It was a secret of the top forces. Even the top forces might not have it. My strength has surpassed your brother's. Jiang Changkong said indifferently. His blazing sun art was definitely not as good as a heavenly talent, but he could transform 7 martial arts into one element at the same time. He could totally crush Fatty Nan's brother, but he didn't know how terrifying an advanced martial artist was, and whether he could fight against an early-stage star embryo cultivator. Soon, someone came and took all the black-clothed men away. Jiang Changkong had already searched their bodies, but he didn't find any star stones on them. However, some of the presidents of the Martial Arts Association had star stones on them. He didn't want to share the astral stones with Yao Meng. He had to find a way to dig them out from the Budokai people. Because of this matter, there was no point in camping anymore. Liang Qiushhuani came to Jiang Changkong's side and said in a soft voice, "I wonder if I can have the honor to invite Chiang Kai-sheng for a chat tomorrow." Jiang Changkong said politely, "It's my honor to be invited by Miss Xuani. Then I will welcome Chiang Kai-sheng tomorrow." Liang Qiushhuani bowed slightly and turned to leave. "Your chance is here." Fatty Nan winked and said. Yao Meng smiled and said, "Seize this opportunity." Jiang Changkong said indifferently, "Don't forget about the astral stones. Go back to sleep and find out if any of these people have astral stones." After saying that, he left first. Yao Meng and Nan Tianpeng chuckled and returned to 10,000 Mile City. The next day at 7 in the morning, Jiang Changkong was woken up by Nan Tianpeng. This guy was even more enthusiastic about Liang Qiushhuani's invitation than him. Yao Meng did not follow. She still had to deal with the matters in Budokai and get the astral stones. With Fatty Nan leading the way, the two came to an antique house. There was a lake, a bridge, and a pavilion in the house. The surroundings were filled with flower pots, and the flowers were in full bloom. Liang Qiushhuani was in the pavilion making tea. In this world full of equipment, there is still such a retro building. Miss Xuani is really in a good mood. Jiang Changkong walked into the pavilion with Fatty Nan and was slightly surprised. "Chiang Kai-sheng, don't call me Xuani. It's too distant. Why don't you call me Xuani and I call you Changkong?" Liang Qiushhuani pursed her lips and smiled without showing her teeth. She handed 2 cups of tea over. "Please have some tea." Fatty Nan took a sip of the tea with an intoxicated expression. It's mellow and thick. The fragrance lingers in the mouth, and the aftertaste lasts for a long time. Good tea, good tea. Jiang Changkong glanced at him and took a sip. He did not feel that it was very fragrant. "I am a boorish man. I won't flatter you." This Fatty Nan was really good at pretending. Liang Qiushhuani smiled. "This is not good tea in the first place. It's just ordinary tea leaves." Fatty Nan's expression froze. His face was as ugly as a pig's liver. "Tell me why you are looking for me," Jiang Changkong said calmly. He did not believe that Liang Qiushhuani, who was surrounded by a swarm of bees, would invite him for no reason. Liang Qiushhuani's smile faded. There was a hint of seriousness in her voice. "I invited Changkong this time because of that organization. Changkong has fought with them many times. Do you have any experience to pass on?" Jiang Changkong frowned. "What is your relationship with them?" Liang Qiushhuani sighed softly. She came to a flower pot and looked at a blooming flower. She gently broke it. "This is my relationship." Chapter 226. Ordinary flowers would be appreciated by people, but if they were too beautiful, some people would want to keep them for themselves. If this flower did not have a strong ability to protect itself, it could be easily destroyed by others. The Liangqiu clan was not weak, but it was not strong in a large province either. It could only be considered a second-rate force. There were 8 high-ranking martial artists and an astral body martial artist. My grandfather is a peak astral body martial artist. In order to experience the starry sky and seek a breakthrough, he embarked on an expedition and has yet to return. Liang Qiushhuani calmly explained. Over the past decade, although there have been astral body martial artists in the Liangqiu clan, the strongest is only at the mid-stage astral body. Jiang Changkong listened quietly. Due to the Liangqiu clan's old man leaving for the starry sky, the clan's power weakened. Their authority in the void realm also weakened, and the resources they could obtain also decreased. Those who originally did not dare to target the Liangqiu clan also began to do so. Some time ago, that organization found Liangqiu Xuani. Their goal was to exchange her flower for 10 years of stability for the Liangqiu clan. Liangqiu Xuani put down the flower and said calmly, "Without a backer, this flower has become a plaything." "You don't seem worried," Jiang Changkong said softly. Liangqiu Xuani was too calm. There was no panic on her face. The corners of Liangqiu Xuani's mouth twitched. "I'm used to it. My grandfather taught me to hide my emotions." Jiang Changkong smiled and said, "You did well. I don't know as much as you do. I only know that it was formed by a group of people who call themselves geniuses. I only killed some people and ruined some things. If Xuani wants to find a backer, Fatty Nantian is one of them." Nantian Peng quickly patted his chest and guaranteed, "Xuani, if you have any difficulties, just tell me." Liangqiu Xuani sighed. "Young master Nin can't protect me, and I don't want to cause trouble for you. This time, I didn't find Changkong to find a backer, but a partner." "Partner?" Jiang Changkong was puzzled. "How?" Liangqiu Xuani went silent for a moment before she took out a piece of paper and passed it to Jiang Changkong. Jiang Changkong took the paper and looked at it. His face changed. "The Sin Domain Tunnel. How do you know about it?" "The information is definitely accurate. Xuani knows more than all of you." Liangqiu Xuani said softly, "That organization is called the Immortal Palace. It was established by absorbing many unsuccessful geniuses. They can borrow the strength of the major forces to hide themselves. So, how can the major forces find them?" Nan Tianpeng's expression changed. "Immortal Palace? This force appeared many years ago. I'm afraid there must be a top-notch martial artist overseeing it, right?" "Yes." A trace of seriousness appeared on Liangqiu Xuani's calm face. The people that Changkong killed were only peripheral members of the Immortal Palace. In fact, they could not even be considered peripheral members. They were merely being used by the Immortal Palace. Nan Tianpeng frowned. Just as he was about to say something, Liangqiu Xuani continued, "Qian, Xianqing could have joined, and so could your fifth uncle. Unfortunately, he died in the Tranquil Province. Only those with decent status can be considered as members. They will fulfill the wishes of the members and make those unimportant geniuses risk their lives for them." "Risk their lives? Are those people willing to be used?" Jiang Changkong frowned. "So what if they're unwilling? Most of the people chosen by the Immortal Palace are injured and have hidden dangers. They have something they need, unless they're willing to be crippled for the rest of their lives." Liangqiu Xuani's expression returned to normal. "The condition they gave you is 10 years of stability for the Liangqiu family?" Jiang Changkong asked. "Not only that, but they will also nurture a peak astral body realm expert in the Liangqiu family. I will have to sacrifice myself and be their slave forever." Liangqiu Xuani's expression did not change even when she mentioned being their slave. "That's too much. With your talent, it won't be difficult for you to reach the peak astral body realm in the future." Nan Tianpeng said angrily. Liangqiu Xuani's talent was very strong. She was definitely not weaker than geniuses. With her talent, it would not be difficult for her to reach the peak astral body realm in the future. She might even become a top martial artist. It was a completely and profitable deal. Liangqiu Xuani would never agree to it unless she was in a desperate situation. Jiang Changkong said indifferently, "What do you want me to do by cooperating with you?" "Attract their attention so that they won't be able to deal with me," Liangqiu Xuani said. "It sounds like I'm at a disadvantage," Jiang Changkong said. "The Liangqiu family will secretly help you grow and gain a foothold in the Void Realm. They will cooperate with you and other matters, including a rank 7 mecha." Liangqiu Xuani made a promise. "Even if you don't cooperate with them, You've already attracted their attention. Once I enter the Void Realm, the enemies I'll have to face will be high-level martial artists or even top martial artists. Jiang Changkong's expression changed slightly. Nan Tianpeng waved his hand and said, "Top martial artists are out of the question. The number of top martial artists in the entire Federation is limited. They won't have the time to deal with you. I can't deal with high-level martial artists either." Jiang Changkong shook his head. "If we can find out about the Immortal Palace, the Nan family, the Alcade Chamber of Commerce, and the Feng family will definitely stand on your side. The Federation will too." Nan Tianpeng pondered and said, "At least ensure the safety of your friends. Just like this time at the Sinful Passage, we'll move together. With my strength alone, I'm afraid it'll be a little difficult to attract the Immortal Palace's attention." Jiang Changkong said indifferently. It was not that he was underestimating himself. Without reaching the advanced level, even if he reached the star embryo realm, he was just an ant in the eyes of those big forces. Liang Qiushhuani said calmly, "The Sinful Passage is the first step. When you come out and step into the Void Realm, that will be the second step." Jiang Changkong smiled faintly and said, "Cooperation is fine, but give me some practical support, such as star stones, star crystals, and so on." "Miser," Nan Tianpeng muttered. Just as Yao Meng and Jian Shuiwe said, Jiang Changkong only had his eyes on star stones, and now there were star crystals. Liang Qiushhuani was stunned and said with some amusement, "If you step into the advanced level and complete the second step, I'll give you information about a small star crystal mine." "A small one?" Jiang Changkong was a little unwilling. "A small one can also dig out tens of thousands or even more star crystals." Nan Tianpeng rolled his eyes and said, "All right, as long as it's really about the Immortal Palace and not to trick me into doing something else, I'll definitely complete the second step if I have the ability." Jiang Changkong said he had already gone against the Immortal Palace anyway. Whether it was intentional or not, it had already attracted attention. Since they wanted him dead, they would not stop until he was dead. It was a pleasant surprise to have Liang Qiushhuani as a reward. Next, it was to discuss the specific action. Jiang Changkong was not clear about the Sinful Passage, but Liang Qiushhuani was not completely clear about it either. They could only confirm that it was at the bottom of the island, and it was also accidentally discovered by the Immortal Palace, which was why they could bring people out. Of course, it was also very difficult to bring people out. At the very least, it needed a peak astral body martial artist to suppress the Void Passage and bring people out. Jiang Changkong wanted to do it alone, but it was impossible. This matter still required the help of the three major forces. Not to mention a peak astral body. They could even send someone beyond the astral body. Nan Tianpeng was not interested in this matter, and the Nan family naturally would not be interested either. They still wanted to save people from the sinful realm. After understanding the details, Nan Tianpeng left. Liang Qiushhuani left Jiang Changkong behind and said in a low voice, "Don't tell young Master Nan and the others everything. I understand. All the major forces are not safe. But aren't you worried that Nan Tian Wang will tell you about the cooperation?" Jiang Changkong asked. "He is not stupid. Moreover, he is not clear about the second step." Liang Qiushhuani said calmly, "In the future, we can be considered as life and death partners." Cooperation is cooperation. Life and death is not necessary. Jiang Changkong chuckled and got up to leave. Chapter 2:27. In the pavilion, Liang Qiushhuani sent Jiang Changkong off and looked at the clear lake. The lake water rippled and a woman's face appeared, looking at her indifferently. "Master, we've already reached an agreement with Jiang Changkong, but will he really give us a star crystal vein for completing the second step?" Liang Qiushhuani's expression was still calm, but there was a hint of reluctance in her tone. A star crystal vein, even a small one, was enough for high-level martial artists to kill each other. A small star crystal vein could allow a star embryo martial artist to break through the peak and enter the star body realm. A smile appeared on the face. This star crystal vein is not easy to take. He's only paying to deal with his enemy. We have the same enemy, so we can cooperate. I've already asked them to contact the prodigies of the major forces. They will also cooperate. Liang Qiushhuani said calmly, I've already sent the news to the Nan family through Nan Tianwang. I believe the Feng family and the Alcade Chamber of Commerce will also receive the news. Master, are you planning to use the major forces to fight against the Immortal Palace? At that time, whether the star crystal vein would belong to Jiang Changkong or not would depend on whether he had the ability to obtain it. The Immortal Palace has been able to survive for so many years because they've kept it a secret. But there are no absolute secrets in this world. The Federation's cake is only so big. If we want a bigger share, we can only snatch food from the tiger's mouth. A smile appeared on the face. You also have to pay attention to yourself and maintain your weak image so as not to arouse suspicion. Liang Qiushhuani said calmly, I will. I won't participate in the Sin realm this time. Try to avoid those high-level martial artists. Very well. This time, with the major forces in the Sin realm taking action, I can leave with a peace of mind and head to the Void realm. After saying that, the face disappeared and the lake became calm again. On the other hand, Jiang Changkong returned to the hotel and was thinking about Liang Qiushhuani. Yao Meng's phone was filled with Liang Qiushhuani's information. Is she really expressionless? Jiang Changkong mumbled. He felt that Liang Qiushhuani was too calm. How could a second-rate force not panic when facing the Immortal Palace? However, according to the records, Liang Qiushhuani had been introverted ever since her grandfather went on the expedition. She rarely smiled. Over time, he became expressionless. No matter who he faced, he was very calm. Only under special circumstances would he squeeze out a smile and barely show some expression. Yao Meng teased, What's the matter? Can't you get over it already? Why don't I be the matchmaker and invite her over? Aren't you curious as to how she knew about this spatial tunnel? Furthermore, how does Liang Qiushhuani know so much about the ethereal Immortal Palace? Placing his phone down, Jiang Changkong faintly said, I have a feeling that there's an issue, but I have no idea what the issue is because I know too little. I've already sent people to investigate, but it should be very difficult to find any useful information. Yao Meng's expression turned serious. What you need to do now is to get a spot in the Sin realm. Jiang Changkong pondered for a moment and then slapped his thigh. Look at my poor memory. What we need to do is obviously to divide the star stones first. Yao Meng, you miser, you really can't forget about this. She tossed a ring to him. It's all here. Lower grade, 6th grade, 20,000. Middle grade, 15,000. Upper grade, 8,000. No top grade. 5th grade, 80,000. I didn't count the ones below 5th grade, so I threw them all to you. Thank you. Jiang Changkong accepted the star stones. This was a good harvest. 80,000 for 5th grade. Most of them were lower grade, and the least were top grade. But all in all, there were still more than 1,300,000. 6th grade, 7,400,000. Together with the 3 million he had left, it was close to 12 million. These Budokai people were really rich. It was enough for him to max out 2 martial arts. I'm going out for a while, Jiang Changkong said. Yao Ming got up and left. Don't forget about tomorrow's competition. Jiang Changkong left the 10,000-mile city and flew into the air. He only leveled up his martial arts when he arrived at a deserted place. Indestructible Vajra, Tai Chi mysterious art, and blazing sun skill were left aside for now. It would not be too late to level them up after entering the Sin realm. Jiang Changkong, Star Spirit, Peak Middle Grade Martial Arts, Diamond Indestructible Divine Art, Perfect. 5625000/5625000 Tai Chi Mysterious Art, Perfect. 5625000/56250. 3 strikes of grace. Perfect. 1/5625000 burning sun art. Perfect. 1/5625000 Yuling art. Perfect. 1/5625000 cold moon art. Perfect. 1/5625000 skies and 9 clouds art. Perfect. 5625000/5625000 essence, energy and spirit. 711557 the diamond, indestructible divine art, Tai Chi mysterious art, and the 2 stargate also materialized. The 6th force pattern became thicker, and the astral power in his body increased again. This is... Suddenly, Jiang Changkong furrowed his brows, and golden runes appeared on his golden skin. He counted them carefully. 6 lines, 6 force patterns. The force patterns ran through his body and melted into his flesh and blood. At this moment, the diamond, indestructible divine art was clearly visible. The force patterns appeared on their own. There's no explanation for leveling up my martial arts. Could it be that I have to enter the advanced rank and enter the star embryo stage to see the specific changes? Jiang Changkong clenched his fists and felt the terrifying power in his body. As he clenched his fists, the force patterns also vibrated. Let's not think about it. Now that my martial arts have improved again, I wonder how far away I am from a star embryo martial artist? Jiang Changkong stopped thinking and began to ponder about his strength and the advanced ranks. The 3 advanced ranks were star embryo, astral body, and astral body. A star embryo martial artist's blood chi and astral power combined to form a star embryo. At this level, the astral power would merge with the body, and every inch of the cells would be filled with astral power. Each and every one of his movements contained terrifying might. As long as the astral power wasn't suppressed by the enemy's power, an advanced rank martial artist could recover from normal injuries in an instant. His current recovery ability wasn't much weaker than a star embryo martial artist's. An astral body martial artist star embryo would merge with the body and form a special body constitution. Martial artists at this level would be able to suppress and resist martial artists of the same element. It could be said that a blazing sun astral body martial artist might not be able to kill an ordinary peak astral spirit martial artist. Moreover, this kind of martial artist was truly terrifying. They could condense pure astral essence in their body and regrow broken limbs. As long as the astral essence was not extinguished, almost all injuries could be healed. Astral body martial artists could nurture their own astral body. This kind of martial artist was extremely terrifying. According to the introduction, the explosive power of an astral body martial artist was comparable to a real astral body. They could cross the starry sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the astral bodies. Astral body martial artists already had the ability to destroy heaven and earth. This was also the reason why high-level martial artists couldn't fight at will on earth. If they could fight at will, it was estimated that Earth would be destroyed. It doesn't matter what Liang Qiuxuani is planning or the Immortal Palace's means. In this world, one's fist is still the law. As long as I can get enough star stones and star crystals, I'll be able to obtain them. Jiang Changkong stabilized the power in his body, stood up and returned to the 10,000-mile city. When he returned to the hotel, Nan Tianpeng had gone back and hadn't come back yet. Yao Meng had already gone to rest, and Jiang Changkong had nothing to do, so he played with his phone in the room and asked his seniors about the city's construction. The city was progressing well, and the major forces were also very obedient, all contributing funds to help. Jiang Hai's fellow countrymen could only sit back and enjoy the fruits of their labor. With Su Xinghe taking the lead, the major forces of the tranquil province were very obedient. Even if they had high-level martial artists, they couldn't control them in the void realm. Unless they sent a group of peak astral spirits back, but they weren't high-level martial artists and wouldn't be enough for Jiang Changkong to kill. Besides, Shanha and Yuan Shan were also considered friends. As long as Jiang Changkong didn't kill them all, they wouldn't be completely at odds with each other. Chapter 228. As for the city, the three families would take care of it when he went to the Void Realm. After all, the three families had properties in Abyss City and shares in the mine. Making a move on Abyss City would affect the interests of the three families. After thinking about these things, Jiang Changkong relaxed and began to rest to prepare for tomorrow's battle. There were 12 teams left, and that should be enough to select 10 people. Early the next morning, Jiang Changkong left Wanli City. Yao Meng and Nan Tianwang were still watching the battle. Jiang Changkong knew that they were collecting information, including his, to pass on to their own prodigies. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. The major forces were not stupid. Not only the major forces would produce prodigies, some unorthodox prodigies were also very scary. Like Jiang Changkong, the battle began again, and Jiang Changkong faced a 9-man team. The 9 of them were quite strong, and together they were enough to threaten a prodigy. However, they were still too far away from Jiang Changkong. Moreover, he had improved again, so he still did not make a move. Fatty Nan and Yao Meng did not look good after easily defeating their opponents. Jiang Changkong was too strong. As friends, they were happy. However, when they thought about the trip to Sin Realm, they could not be happy about it. Jiang Changkong patted him. Fatty Tian, I think you can deal with me once. Otherwise, you won't have another chance. Nan Tianpeng's mouth twitched as he rolled his eyes. I'm serious. I will never kill you. How about it? As long as your people bring starstones, Jiang Changkong said seriously. Nan Tianpeng was speechless. Did you not see that I've lost weight since I met you? Do you think I'm stupid? Who can beat you if they don't come out? Bring starstones and let you snatch them? The 11 islands have indeed produced capable people. Yao Meng looked at the instrument with a hint of solemnity. Han Jiangbei has won this time. Fatty Nan's expression was solemn. If I remember correctly, this person is called Sha Jingma. His wind and sand are very powerful. He's not bad. He's slightly weaker than a prodigy. With his 8 men, ordinary prodigies might really be defeated. Jiang Changkong narrowed his eyes. Sha Jingma had even drank with him. His 8 men are all from the island, and they are his sworn brothers. Yao Meng pondered. I'm afraid we can't get a spot from him. Then wouldn't Han Jiangbei's bet be in vain? Jiang Changkong asked. Fatty Nantan shook his head and said, with such strength, if nothing goes wrong, he will also be an expert in the Void Realm in the future. He's a worthy partner. How can it be for him? Jiang Changkong nodded and looked at the other competition videos. Sha Jingma's team should be the strongest. They will get a spot. The 2 of them nodded. Among these teams, only Jiang Changkong could suppress Sha Jingma's team. Sure enough, it only took a few hours for Sha Jingma to defeat his opponent. The other teams, on the other hand, could not win in a short period of time. It would probably take a few days. Yao Meng took out her phone. I'll send you the map of Sin Domain. Take a look. The Federation will install a map on your phone when the time comes. It'll be convenient for you to locate them. When the time comes, the Federation will install a map on your phone so that it will be easier to locate you. You can learn about it now. On the map, a city of Sin was marked. There was only one road, and the rest were dense forests and reefs on the island. On the map, there was a city of Sin marked out. There was only one road, and the rest were forests and reefs on the island. Of course, the Federation did not know that it was only discovered by the Immortal Palace. Of course, the Federation did not know that it was only discovered by the Immortal Palace. Time passed quickly as they looked at the map and chatted. Time flew, and it was not until noon the next day that the first battle ended. This time, half of the teams were not directly eliminated. There was a rematch. Out of the 12 teams, only 2 would be eliminated. Jiang Chongkong went up again. This time, he faced an unfamiliar team. The result was the same. Jiang Chongkong looked at the time and frowned. From the looks of it, I'm afraid they won't be chosen this time. I thought it would end this time. I hope they can hurry up, Nan Tianpeng said. All the major forces are getting impatient. Jiang Chongkong knew what he meant. He couldn't wait to save people. Another day passed, and the winner was determined again. Jiang Chongkong swept his opponents. On the fourth day, the competition was still ongoing. Some of the losers were still fighting. It was only in the evening that the competition finally came to an end. And Shanha flew into the air and said with a thunderous voice, "This time we will not rest for a day. For everyone to earn more star stones, we will rest for half a day. The Federation will treat your injuries and restore your star power for free. You will recover to your peak." Jiang Chongkong was slightly stunned. Is this considered an extra round? We can't wait anymore. This is the only way to help them recover quickly and continue the competition, Yao Meng said casually. Half a day was enough for them to rest and recover. Besides, the Federation would help them recover for free. None of the contestants objected to such a good deal. After half a day's rest, the competition continued. Jiang Chongkong looked at his opponents. They're really unlucky. Sha Jingma isn't very good, but there's still the rematch. They have no problem getting a place. Yao Meng looked at his opponent and said. Jiang Chongkong flew into the air and arrived at the battlefield. The team of 9 had already arrived. Chang Kaisheng, it's been a long time. Sha Jingma cupped her hands. Jiang Chongkong smiled and said, I've missed you very much these days. If we have time, let's have a drink again. Sha Mao is deeply honored by Chang Kaisheng's invitation. Sha Jingma laughed heartily and cupped his hands again. This time, I hope that President Jiang will be lenient. Make one move and let us lose with some dignity. President, you're overestimating him and belittling us. We're stronger than Hai Dafu. The other 8 people were all shocked. Even Hai Dafu could hurt Jiang Chongkong. They should be able to fight him, right? Jiang Chongkong smiled. I'll grant you your wish with one move. Watch out. Sha Jingma's face darkened. She jumped up, stirring up a cloud of yellow sand. The other 8 people also stirred up the yellow sand and gathered their star power. A sandstorm swept across the sky. Yellow sand billowed like a sandstorm. The 9 people hid in the sandstorm without leaving a trace. Universe shift. A Tai Chi diagram emerged around Jiang Chongkong. The black and white Tai Chi diagram enveloped the battlefield and suppressed the sandstorm. The Taiji spun and the universe shifted. The sand and dust were reversed, and the yellow sand was sent flying. Boom! The sandstorm exploded, and the yellow sand dissipated. 9 figures fell out at the same time, vomiting blood. Thank you, Chang Kaisheng, for showing mercy. Sha Jingma wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and cupped her hands. You're welcome. Jiang Chongkong waved his hand and leapt in the air. It's really one move. Has this guy already surpassed the prodigies? How did he train? The 8 teammates were at a loss, but there was fear in their eyes. This strength was too terrifying. Chongkong, let's have a chat. The host and Shanha invited him with a smile. Jiang Chongkong was slightly taken aback. He nodded and said, okay. Had his performance attracted the attention of a high-level martial artist? Sha Jingma's team was comparable to a prodigy. Without the corresponding means, a prodigy would also be defeated by them. However, such a team still couldn't take one move from Jiang Chongkong. Correspondingly, a prodigy couldn't take one move either. He wondered if the Nan family's prodigy could fight him with part of the characteristics of the astral body. Chapter 229. Following and Shanha. Shao Chun soared into the air and arrived at a tent. Nan Yanyang was also present, but the other host was nowhere to be seen. After entering the tent, Jiang Chongkong asked, May I know why Master and is looking for me? I'm here to ask you how you want to develop in the Void Realm. And Shanha smiled and said, I don't mean anything else. I won't invite you to join the army. I'll wait for you to say it yourself. Jiang Changkong inwardly heaved a sigh of relief. Then he said, with my strength, it shouldn't be enough to attract your attention, right? Both of them were high-level martial artists, and he was only at the peak of star spirit. Even if it was infinitely close to the advanced level, it was still not the advanced level. The difference of a single step had stumped countless martial artists. Nan Yang indifferently said, I don't know about other people, but I do know that your strength has risen far too quickly. It's not impossible for you to enter the high rank very quickly. We're not going to ask you how you trained. We're here to ask you how you're going to plan it. And Shanha took out a map with a few areas drawn on it. This is the area we occupy in the Void Realm. This is a normal province, and this is an offshore island. This is a major province. The three regions had different resources. The big provinces had the most resources, followed by the outer islands and the ordinary provinces. Most of them were overseen by astral body martial artists. Peak astral body martial artists and star-level martial artists were considered high-end desolate reclaimers. They specialized in finding new resources and establishing new territories. There were also top-notch warriors in the Void Realm, but there were not many of them. The real top-notch warriors were either stationed in the Federation or venturing into space to pursue higher realms. Only a few of them were pioneering in the Void Realm. On Earth, being a top-notch martial artist was already the ceiling. No one knew what the next realm was. He could only rely on the guidance of the star, text ahead into the starry sky, and pursue a higher realm. The high-level martial artists of the Tranquil Province all want you there. And Shanha smiled and said, don't worry. You'll be one of them after you enter. They won't make things difficult for you. The Nan family hopes that you can go to a large province. The Nan family can protect you, Nan Yang said. Is this an alternative invitation? Jiang Changkong asked. You can think of it that way. Of course. This can only be considered an alliance. If you join a faction, you won't be bullied. And Shanha explained, however, you can't casually go to other camps to fight for resources, unless the people in this region invite you. Similarly, if they found something good in their own camp, other camps could not come over for no reason. The fights within the camp were basically done behind closed doors, and they fought among themselves. Jiang Changkong pondered and said, then what about the cooperation between the major forces? The people from the ordinary provinces actually didn't bring their own people over? It's not as good as you think it is in the Void Realm. It's full of dangers. They died more cleanly than you did. Nan Yang sneered. Even major powers like us don't dare to accept people. Most of the people we recruit every year are cannon fodder. Jiang Changkong sighed softly. It was precisely this cannon fodder that so many people racked their brains to get to. High risk meant high return. If he could get a piece of star crystal, it would be enough to save him a few years of hard work at the peak of Star Spirit Peak. Nan Yang urged, given your talent, it's almost certain that you'll reach the late 10th grade. Now choose a side. There's no rush. It won't be too late to decide after I reach the late 10th grade. Jiang Changkong smiled. If he decided now, wouldn't he offend them? If he chose the ordinary province's camp, Nan Yang would definitely be angry, and the other three forces would probably have some thoughts. If he chose them, and Shanha would definitely not be happy. What did the three camps rely on to occupy different resource areas? It was not because of the late 10th grade martial artists. Under the situation where the top martial artists did not interfere in these fights, every late 10th grade martial artist was extremely powerful. Perhaps an ordinary late 10th grade martial artist would not be able to break the balance, but once a prodigy stepped into the late 10th grade, even if it was not to say killing enemies across realms, it should be possible to fight one against two, right? This kind of combat power was urgently needed everywhere. Of course, he was not the only one. It could only be said that the attention that Jiang Changkong had attracted was already enough for them to rope him in. After saying that, Jiang Changkong immediately left. His choice would depend on Sin Realm's harvest this time, and how his combat power would be after he reached the late 10th grade. If he continued to beat everyone above his level, then he might still be able to go solo. If he could save Wang Ruiqing, that would be even better. With a top-notch professor and materials, if he could build an 8th or 9th grade mecha, what would he have to worry about? The two of them were not surprised by Jiang Changkong's attitude and did not expect Jiang Changkong to make a decision directly. When he returned to Yao Meng, the two of them asked him what he had talked about. Jiang Changkong told them the truth, and the two of them were not surprised, so they did not say anything else. The rest of the competition was no longer interesting. Jiang Changkong patiently continued the competition. 6 days later, 10 people were finally selected and the competition came to an end. Jiang Changkong received a token with the word Sin on it, and Shanha floated in the air. You all have Sin tokens in your hands. For this trip to the Sin realm, you have a month's time. Your mission is to collect Sin tokens. Every criminal or participant will receive a Sin token, and the one who collects the most will receive a mysterious reward. Second place will receive a lower 7th grade mecha, a bottle of 7th grade breakthrough drug, which can allow a peak astral spirit to step into the star embryo realm and a slot in the void realm. Third place will receive a bottle of 7th grade breakthrough drug and a slot in the void realm. Gather here at 7 tomorrow morning and head to the Sin realm. No one will wait for you if you are late. After saying that, and Shanha left. If second and third place have such generous rewards, how generous will the mysterious reward for first place be? Jiang Changkong mumbled, looking at Yao Meng and Nan Tianpang. Although the three forces had promised him a top 7th grade mecha, who would complain about having too many mechas? The two of them shook their heads. The reward for first place is different every time. But one thing is for sure, it will be better than second and third place. Jiang Changkong did not say anything else and returned to the hotel with them to rest. Back at the hotel, Yao Meng gave him a pile of information, all of which were about the prodigies of the major forces and the Federation. There were 20 people from the Federation and 20 people from the major forces, all of whom were prodigies. With so many prodigies appearing in one era, Jiang Changkong felt that prodigies were quite cheap. He looked at the Nie family. This time, Nie Shua would also be going, led by her sister. The peak astral spirit, Nie Qingyue, had once taken a blow from an early-stage star embryo martial artist and was only slightly injured. Of course, that star embryo martial artist was not from the Nie family or the Nan family. As for the other prodigies, some of them were not as strong as Nie Qingyue, who was an early-stage star embryo martial artist. It seems that an early-stage star embryo martial artist is not that strong. I wonder if he used his full strength. Jiang Changkong put down the information. He could only be sure that an early-stage star embryo martial artist would not go all out. These were just people hired by the major forces to test the prodigy's strength. It was not a real battle. If he only used a little bit of his strength, then an early-stage star embryo martial artist would be very terrifying. If he used his full strength, then he would be able to beat that early-stage star embryo martial artist. Forget it. I won't think about it anymore. I still have to wake up early tomorrow and go to the Sin realm. Jiang Changkong put down the information and began to rest. The next morning, 8 people from the 3 families came and went to the gathering place with him to go to the Sin realm. Chapter 230. There were 20 people from the Federation, each leading 10 people, 220 people. There were 20 prodigies from the major forces, each leading 10 people, 220 people. There were 10 people from Budokai, each leading 8 people, 90 people. The 530 people gathered together. Jiang Changkong's group of 90 people stood at the back. The people from the Federation and the major forces stood at the front, and Shanha waved his hand, and a small ship made of unknown material appeared. It expanded in the wind, turning into a 10-meter long and 3-meter tall ship. "Go in," and Shanha said indifferently. The people from the Federation entered the ship first. There was a lot of space inside. Jiang Changkong looked at the ship and was shocked. The ship's hardness was far beyond his imagination. It was definitely a high-level treasure, enough to kill him. It was pitch black, made of a special material and very hard. Jiang Changkong reached out to touch the ancient ship. Wisps of starlight flowed and actually absorbed his astral power. A hand pulled Jiang Changkong's hand down. Jiang Changkong smiled faintly and said, "Lord," and then Shanha knocked on the ship. "Don't touch it with astral power. At least, don't use astral power until you reach the astral body. This is the Federation's latest starship." "Starship? Was it requisitioned by Yuan?" Jiang Changkong asked curiously. "Yes, but it's still in the early stages. It's not completely perfected, but it can still be used." And Shanha smiled and explained the materials of this ship were all brought back by the Expeditionary Army. It can passively absorb astral power, and its upper limit is the astral body. Jiang Changkong nodded. He was about to say something when Shanha pushed him. "Let's go up and talk." They stepped into the ancient ship. There were tables, chairs, sofas, computers, and all kinds of equipment. Jiang Changkong looked at the other martial artists. Many were playing computer games, and some were chatting together. Some were looking for people to cooperate with. The 8 people he brought with him had already returned to the 3 teams. Most of the 9 teams from Budokai had been roped in by the major forces. Even Sha Jingma's team had gone to Han Jiangbei's side. Han Jiangbei wasn't a major force, but he bet on Sha Jingma's team and got in touch with a prodigy from a major force. Now that he thought about it, it seemed that he was the only one who didn't cooperate with anyone. And Shanha walked over and raised his hand. "All right, everyone quiet down." Everyone stopped what they were doing and turned to look at him. And Shanha laughed. "It will take 3 hours to reach the Sin domain. Check your Sin badges and adjust your condition. If you want to join hands, hurry up and join hands and look for partners upon entering the Sin domain. Life and death will depend on your own strength and luck. Now, hand over your handphones. I will place them on the Sin domain map." Everyone listened attentively, and Shanha explained a few things that the Sin domain needed to take note of. The first was poison, and the second was the star formation. Inside the Sin domain, to speak the truth, everyone was capable and talented. If he wasn't capable, he wasn't fit to be locked up by the Federation. However, this group of people's abilities were all wasted on the righteous path. After speaking, Shanha walked towards Jiang Changkong. "You're interested in this battleship? Aren't you Professor Yun's disciple? She can recommend you to learn warship piloting. I'm just curious about the material." Jiang Changkong smiled faintly. If he really wanted him to switch to technology, then forget it. Understanding the equipment was just for convenience's sake. And Shanha nodded and continued, "There's a special material inside that prevents star power from being absorbed, so you can touch it at will." "Oh, right. Aren't you going to find some allies?" "No need. I'm confident in myself," Jiang Changkong said confidently. And Shanha nodded and said, "Then you can look at it yourself. I'll go get busy." Jiang Changkong watched him leave, then reached out to touch the battleship. Under the astral body, star power would be absorbed. It was a material obtained from the starry sky. No wonder one had to be at least a peak astral body to be able to participate in the expedition. If one was below the astral body, they would probably become trash upon seeing this material. Once he reached the star embryo realm, would he be able to shake the battleship with just his strength? While he was deep in thought, a silver-white robed lady walked over with her hands on her hips, not caring about her image. "Miser, do you want to form an alliance?" "If we form an alliance, how will the rewards be calculated?" Jiang Changkong looked up at the young lady, Han Shuiyu. Han Shuiyu said, After the alliance, the rewards will be split equally among us prodigies. Then forget it. If it's 190, I'm still interested. Jiang Chongkong rejected. Han Shui, you said in surprise. 190? When did you become so generous? Only asking for 10%. Jiang Chongkong looked at her with a stunned expression, then couldn't help but flick her forehead. Go back to sleep. You're already crazy at such a young age. Be *starred. Han Shui, you glared at him, then turned around and left. Jiang Chongkong sat on the sofa alone with no one around. Han Shui's invitation was rejected by him. Then a few other martial artists came, wanting to form an alliance with him, but they weren't even as good as Han Shui's conditions. They even dared to say 4, 6, 3, and 7. It was his 4 and 3. He directly rejected all of them, then closed his eyes to rest. It was enough for him to beat everyone up. There was no need for an alliance at all. The group of people decided on an alliance, then sat down cross-legged and adjusted their state. The battleship broke through the air, crashing through everything in its path. Occasionally, an ignorant star demon would be smashed into a meat patty. 3 hours passed quickly, and the battleship stopped above an isolated island. Everyone took back their phones. The isolated island was enveloped by a golden barrier, sealing off all directions. Even the sky was sealed off for 1,000 meters. A middle-aged woman flew over, her long hair fluttering in the wind, elegant and graceful. The battleship's door opened, and Shanha walked out, hovering in the air. He cupped his hands and said, Lin Qin, I've brought people to Sin Realm to fight for the Sin Order. The middle-aged woman nodded slightly, and a golden token appeared in her hand. I'll leave Sin Realm to you. I've already issued the Sin Order. Thank you. And Shanha put away the token and infused star power. The golden barrier slowly cracked open, and the battleship quickly shrunk, charging into the isolated island. And Shanha followed closely behind and entered the island. The battleship stopped 300 meters from the ground, and Shanha stepped into the battleship with the token. We've arrived at Sin Realm. You can all go down. Many martial artists jumped down. A height of 300 meters was nothing to them. Jiang Chongkong flew in the air, and just as he was about to leave, Xinghe pulled him back. Nan Yanyang asked me to pass a message to take care of the Nan family. Jiang Chongkong said, Yes, if we don't encounter any trouble, I'll help if there's danger. You be careful, too. I have a feeling that Sin Realm isn't normal this time. I'll be on the lookout. And Xinghe warned him in a serious tone, put away the battleship, and left. Jiang Chongkong gazed down. Martial artists were leaving in groups to explore Sin Realm. He took out his phone, located the location of the city of Sin, and left. When there was no one around, Jiang Chongkong rode on a white cloud. The island was huge. Even if Jiang Chongkong flew at full speed, it would take him a day to fly around the island. However, the city of Sin wasn't far away. It would only take him 15 minutes. A ruined city appeared in his sight. Jiang Chongkong arrived in the air and looked down at the city of Sin. Inside the city, there were only a few simple stone houses. On the streets, there were 7 people in ragged clothes gathered together. This situation confused Jiang Chongkong. No matter how few people there were in the city of Sin, there couldn't be just these few. Plus, these 7 people were all elders, and some were handicapped. Could it be that they were all in the stone houses down there? Descending from the sky, the white cloud dissipated, and Jiang Chongkong landed before the 7 people. You are from the city of Sin. An unfamiliar face. How did you get here? The 7 people were startled, and their gazes turned cold. Even with their capabilities, they didn't even realize how Jiang Chongkong got out. There's only one person. Then let's not be polite. Let's do it. A gray-haired elder had a ferocious look on his face. With his bare fists, he dashed towards Jiang Chongkong with a vast amount of astral energy. The other 6 attacked, right after. Once they attacked, they gave it their all. The people of the Sin domain had an irreconcilable relationship with a genius like Jiang Chongkong, who came to harvest. Don't ruin that robe. I like it. One of them spoke. How dare you? After a cold shout, golden light swept out. The astral energy dissipated, and the 7 peak of the star spirits were knocked out. Chapter 231. The 7 star spirits were all heavily injured after one move. Out of the 7, 4 were elders. As for the other 3, one had a broken arm and the other 2 were crippled. Jiang Chongkong arrived beside the 7. His 5 senses detected no signs of life from the stone house. How come there are only 3 of you left in the city of Sin? Jiang Chongkong frowned. They all went out to make traps. One of them shuddered and answered. Someone took out a token. This is my Sin token. Don't kill me. The other 6 all took out their tokens and handed them over to Jiang Chongkong. Jiang Chongkong accepted the 7 tokens. You all set traps? Tell me in detail what happened. Yes, yes. The 7 nodded. The elder who attacked first said, Every time we receive a token of Sin, we know you are coming to harvest it. Some will leave the city of Sin and hide in the forest. Some will even hide inside the star demon to avoid you. Some will set traps and wait for you to die. Some will team up and fight against them. In the past, the city of Sin was used as a trap to attract many heaven's favorites here to kill these geniuses. But this time it was different. The rulers of the realm of Sin all gave up on the city of Sin and ran away. The 7 of them originally wanted to go as well, but they were crippled and old and didn't care about them. Left with no choice, the 7 of them came to the city of Sin themselves in hopes of finding a place to hide. However, before they could find a place to hide, Jiang Chongkong arrived. Jiang Chongkong said softly, I want to ask you about 2 people. If you have any information, I will spare your lives. Tell me. We know everyone in the realm of Sin. The 7 said, Su Hingji Wang Ruiqing. Jiang Chongkong said, Su Hingji? Why are you looking for him? The one-armed elder's expression changed. His son, Su Xinghe, asked me to visit him. Jiang Chongkong said softly, You know him? The one-armed elder replied, I don't know him. I've only heard of him. The other 6 remained silent and did not speak. Jiang Chongkong looked at him strangely. You can't be Su Hingji, right? No, I'm not. The one-armed old man shook his head repeatedly. Jiang Chongkong chuckled and said, It's fine if he's not. His life or death has nothing to do with me. Do you know anything about Wang Ruiqing? Wang Ruiqing, an esteemed guest of the Sin domain's overlords. He's doing very well. This time, he was taken away by the overlords. The other 6 said. Jiang Chongkong heaved a sigh of relief and said, Since you've heard of Su Hingji, he's not dead, right? No, it's just that I'm not doing too well, the one-armed old man said in a low voice. And it's good that he's not dead. Su Xinghe asked me to look after him, and I don't want to break my promise. Also, if you meet Su Hingji, tell him that I helped him deal with Su Xinghe. Right now, his son is in charge of the Su family. Jiang Chongkong nodded. His body slowly floated up and was about to fly away. High-rank martial artist? The expressions of the 7 changed as they looked at him in fear. The one who came to reap the harvest this time was a high-rank martial artist? Wait, the one-armed old man hurriedly called out. Jiang Chongkong's body stopped. He looked at him with a faint smile. Not going to pretend anymore? The one-armed old man's face turned red. Not going to pretend anymore? Su Xinghe is really dead? Is it really the Xinghe master? There's no need for me to lie to you. Furthermore, there's no benefit in doing so. Jiang Chongkong said indifferently, As for you, you're too afraid of death. Your body is already rotting. What are you afraid of? The one-armed old man, Su Hingji's expression was somewhat awkward. It's better to be cautious. Jiang Chongkong took out his handphone and passed it to him. See for yourself. You can't contact your son here, so I can only give you a video. Looking at the video of Su Xinghe, Su Hengji's tears flowed down his face. Old Su, you really have a good son, the 6 old men said enviously. They also had descendants, but none of them came to bring them a message. They didn't know what was going on at home. They were locked up here, almost cut off from the rest of the world. They didn't even know what was going on outside. After Su Hengji finished crying, he started to laugh again. He only stopped when he couldn't catch his breath. Jiang Changkong didn't disturb him. In the video, Su Xinghe was also crying. After crying, he revealed his relationship with Jiang Changkong. Many thanks, Chiang Kai-sheng, for helping me and avenging my blood. Su Hengji knelt on the ground and was about to kowtow. Jiang Changkong gently waved his hand, and the Yuling art lifted him up. What era are we in? Don't do this. My purpose for coming here is very simple. Firstly, the Star Stones and the Sin Order. Secondly, you and Wang Ruiqing. Chiang Kai-sheng, rest assured. This old man doesn't have many Star Stones, but I still have 10,000 pieces of lower grade 6-tier Star Stones. I'll give all of them to Chiang Kai-sheng. Su Hengji wiped his tears and said, We'll also give the Star Stones to Chiang Kai-sheng. The other 6 quickly said. Jiang Changkong took the phone and looked at his severed arm. When you were locked up here, this arm was still intact, right? Yes, it was cut by an overlord. At that time, I couldn't hand over the Star Stones. Su Hengji lowered his head, fear on his face. The other 6 looked pained and said in a low voice, This is how it is in Sin Domain. Strength is king. We can only be exploited. If we can't hand over the Star Stones, we'll be tortured. Jiang Changkong nodded and said calmly, Which overlord did it? Su Hengji suddenly looked up. Chiang Kai-sheng, no need to talk nonsense. Just tell me who the other party is and where he is. Jiang Changkong said indifferently. Su Hengji said, Cyan Wind Overlord, southeast of the jungle. He has more than 100 star spirits under him. His power is very terrifying. Let's go. I'll go kill him. Jiang Changkong waved his hand. The Yuling art enveloped the 7 of them, and they soared into the sky. Chiang Kai-sheng, aren't you being too impulsive? Are you really a high-level martial artist? Su Hengji said nervously. His old palms kept rubbing on his body. The other 6 were also very curious. If he was a high-level martial artist, the Federation would not have let him in. They did not think that Jiang Changkong's strength could hide from the Federation's advanced equipment. Su Xinghe is my man. You're also under my protection. Touching you is touching me, Jiang Changkong. Jiang Changkong said indifferently. He took out a few sets of clean clothes and let them change into them. The 7 of them were too miserable in Sin Domain. The clothes they were wearing could only be considered as strips of cloth. Su Hengji was touched. He did not want Jiang Changkong to throw away his life, but he could not stop him. He looked anxious. Seeing that, the 6 old men hesitated for a moment. We know some of their methods. Why don't we take it slow? Point out the direction. If we can't kill them, it's not too late to take it slow. If we can kill them, then tell me the location of the other overlords. Jiang Changkong said indifferently. With the 7 of them as guides, he would be able to find out the powerhouses in Sin Domain. If they were to hide, it would be difficult for him to find them. With them pointing the way, it would save him a lot of trouble. That's right. They have weapons. Chiang Kai-sheng, you have to be careful. Su Hengji thought about it and immediately said, Weapons? Jiang Changkong's expression changed. Where did they come from? Imprisoned in Sin Domain, a set of clothes had been worn for who knows how many years. Looking at the 7 of them, they were all dressed in strips of cloth. As for weapons, they were more like stones. But Su Hengji took the initiative to mention them. They were definitely real weapons. I don't know. After we obtained the Sin Order, the overlords suddenly took them out. Furthermore, they are of high quality. They are all 6th level. The 7 of them explained. Jiang Chongkong thought for a moment. The Immortal Palace sent them in? At that time, Nan Tianpang's 5th uncle had warned him before he died to not let his big brother come to Sin Domain. This Sin Domain most likely not only have weapons, they have other methods. I hope that Wang Ruiqing will not make a mistake. If he truly creates a huge disaster, I will not be able to protect him. Chapter 232. Under the guidance of the 7, Jiang Chongkong headed towards the dense forest. In the dense forest, many martial artists were advancing carefully, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Many of them were leaping from tree to tree, while others were using instruments to probe the dense forest. Look, what's that in the sky? Fuck, there are actually 8 people flying? High-level martial artists? No, that's Jiang Chongkong. What is he doing? It's good to be able to fly. This group of people can't possibly set traps in the sky. Jiang Chongkong, he brought 7 people. Where is he going? Could it be that he has found the place where the sinners of Sin Domain are gathered? Follow him. A martial artist jumped onto a tree and chased after Jiang Chongkong. Under the moonlight, Ji Shuiyu's eyes were solemn. Let's go in another direction. Just because Jiang Chongkong went there? That person makes you so afraid? A young man could not help but ask. We can't get anything from where he appears. There's no need to go there. Ji Shuiyu said coldly, if you don't believe me, you can bring your people there. Shuiyu, I'll listen to you. Yao Meng and Tian Wang have a good relationship with him. They're not enemies. A lady who looked similar to Ji Shuiyu said. This person was Ji Shuiyu's elder sister, Ji Qingyu, a peak star spirit genius. And they're not enemies, let's go. The Nan family, who had the ardent sun star power, said. Nan family, Qi family, Alcade commerce. These 3 great forces had long joined forces. Other than them, there were 2 other young men who were also geniuses, and they had brought many people with them. Jiang Chongkong's actions attracted the attention of many people, but most of them did not choose to come and fight with him. Even if they knew that the people he brought were from Sin Domain and could point the way, they would not come over. Jiang Chongkong was too strong, and they were not prepared to fight him the moment they arrived. Along the way, the 7 of them explained the situation of Sin Domain to him. Originally, there were 11 overlords, but 1 had fallen, and that was Yun Bugui. Now, there were still 10 overlords, all of whom could be called geniuses. Of these overlords, some were from great powers and would hand over the star stones to the great powers, while some would not. For example, the Si family's Mo Xian. Back then, because the Si family did not protect her, she now had a huge grudge against the Si family. Presumably, the people from the Immortal Palace had already informed them of Yun Xuanqing's death. Now, Yun Ma Xuan would definitely harden his heart and kill the Yun clan's elite. Amidst the chaos, Jiang Chongkong had already arrived at his destination. The dense forest obscured his view of the situation below. Are you sure it's here? Jiang Chongkong asked. It's here. Don't go down rashly, lest you fall into a trap. Use your power to probe, Su Hingji said. What if the star stone is broken? Jiang Chongkong asked. Star stones were not indestructible. With his strength, he could crush star stones of the same level. If it's star stones, the overlords all have spatial equipment. This was given to them by the Federation. Su Xinghing explained. As for the other people's star stones, they basically find a place to bury and store them. They definitely won't carry them with them. If that's the case, we won't be able to get all the star stones, even if we kill them? Jiang Chongkong frowned. That's not the case. Su Hengji smiled bitterly. The Federation has hidden a device in our bodies. It can see through the human body and record our lives. As long as we kill them and take out the device, we can find the star stones. Is that device very sturdy? Jiang Chongkong asked. It's hard to destroy it, even if it's a high-level one. It's very hard to take it out without harming one's life. Without professional equipment, even Wang Ruiqing can't do it. Su Xinghing sighed. They were a group of fat pigs that were being monitored. If that's the case, then there's nothing to be afraid of. Jiang Changkong nodded slightly. If that was the case, then he might as well make a move directly. He raised his right palm lightly. Heaven and earth changed color. The sunset glow covered the sky, enveloping a radius of 1,000 meters. The sunset glow was like a curtain in the sky. Tens of thousands of saber gleams poured down. Rumble. The saber of the sunset fell. The trees turned into dust. The ground cracked and turned into an abyss. Be careful. Ah! An anxious shout came from below. Immediately after, there was a scream. The sunset glow that covered the sky, the endless saber gleams, and the resplendent star power below were all extinguished in an instant. The 7 of them looked at Jiang Changkong in horror, and then at the sunset glow above. This was too ruthless. It was an indiscriminate attack. It was sweeping in all directions. There was nothing left out. Rumble. The star power was vast. The star power light pillar shot into the sky, but it was quickly extinguished by the saber gleams. Boom! Whoosh! With a deafening sound, the wind howled and the azure light shot into the sky. A cold and arrogant voice resounded in the world. Where are you from? How dare you be so presumptuous? The saber gleams of the sunset drowned everything. The saber gleams covered the sky. The azure light counterattacked and shattered the saber gleams. A figure in azure held a 3-feet-long azure sword. The star power turned into a huge tornado and forcibly climbed into the sky. You do have some ability to be able to counterattack with a casual strike of mine. Jiang Changkong praised. He must be the overlord of the Green Wind sect. It was not strange that he looked very young. After reaching the peak of star spirit, if there were no accidents, one would age very slowly. It was normal for one's appearance to not change after more than 10 years. The 7 beside him were too old. Secondly, they had been too miserable and had suffered too much. That was why they looked so old. The 7 of them looked at the person riding the wind in fear. Then they looked at Jiang Changkong and felt guilty. Was what you said true? Was it really a casual attack? Who are you? The overlord of the Green Wind sect was dressed in azure. He stood on the tornado and his cold eyes locked onto the 7 of them. His expression turned cold. You 7 old fools attracted him here. Behind him, a group of martial artists who were chasing after him had sharp eyes. Overlord of the Green Wind sect. Jiang Changkong actually found his way here. The overlord of the Green Wind sect has been famous for many years. He is a genius of his generation. If he had not entered the Sin domain, he would have become a high-level martial artist long ago. Although he could not become a high-level martial artist, the overlord of the Green Wind sect could not have stagnated in these years. He must have strengthened his martial arts. I heard that these overlords would collect martial arts of the same attribute and comprehend stronger martial arts. The martial artists discussed as they looked at the overlord of the Green Wind sect. An overlord was definitely wealthy. If nothing unexpected happened, they had no confidence in taking him down. These overlords had basically lived once, and some had even reaped a few harvests. Their strength and methods were all terrifying. Jiang Changkong was also very strong. He could be described as unfathomable. When 2 tigers fought, one would definitely be injured. Jiang Changkong stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "Come, let me see what an overlord can do." "You are seeking death, shadowless sky wind." The Green Wind sect's overlord shouted. The tornado under his feet rushed into his body. He turned into a ray of azure light and disappeared instantly. His body turned into a green wind. He was so fast that even the space around him was trembling. Buzz! The azure light suddenly stopped, and the 3-feet-long azure peak stopped 3 feet in front of Jiang Changkong. It could not advance any further. The Green Wind sect's overlord's body also froze in the air, bound by the formless star power. You have disappointed this guild master. Jiang Changkong sighed softly. With a flip of his hand, a rank 6 saber appeared. He handed it to Su Hongji and said, "Settle this yourself." This. Su Hongji was stunned. He quickly grasped the saber and said, "Many thanks, Chang Kaisheng." Hiss! Hiss! The Green Wind Sex overlord opened his mouth, but could not speak. As he watched Su Hongji approach, his face filled with horror. Large beads of sweat rolled down his face, and his body could not help but tremble. Su Hongji used his mouth to bite the saber. Then he took off a ring and tossed it to Jiang Changkong before swinging his saber. Pu Chi! His arm fell off and blood gushed out. He did not end Qing Feng's life with one saber strike, but chose to torture him. Jiang Changkong turned around and looked coldly at the cultivators chasing him. When the sandpiper and clam fight, the fisherman reaps the benefits. The setting sun filled the sky and boundless saber lights descended, interweaving like a bloody painting. The blood of Qing Feng, who had lost his arm, fell and turned into a rain of blood. The rain of blood mixed with the setting sun, adding a touch of scarlet. Chapter 233. The scarlet painting screeched, miserably. Jiang Changkong hovered in the air and looked at the cultivators standing on the treetops. The cultivators revealed fear on their faces as they turned to leave. "If you dare to take another step, this place will be your grave." Jiang Changkong's expression was indifferent as he stared coldly at the few people who wanted to run. A total of 13 people followed him. These people were not from the same faction. They could keep up with his speed and dare to come over to take advantage of him. Although they were not outstanding talents, they were not far from them. "Jiang, Chang Kaisheng, we are only here to congratulate Chang Kaisheng on his great harvest." The few cultivators trembled, their voices somewhat stuttering. The Cyan Wind Overlord was an outstanding talent of his generation. However, before Jiang Changkong, he similarly could not withstand a single move and was directly restricted. Originally, they thought that after the Cyan Wind Overlord blocked a move, he could counterattack and fight with Jiang Changkong. However, they never expected the gap between the two to be so huge. The saber light of the setting sun was still descending, sweeping through the dense forest below. The dense saber light completely cleansed the ground. There was not a single gap within a radius of several hundred meters. This lunatic is going to overturn the ground. Congratulate? Then why don't we see any congratulatory gifts? Jiang Changkong said expressionlessly, "If you want to be the fisherman, you have to look at your own strength first. These are the astral stones we brought." The 13 people quickly took out their astral stones. Each of them had 1,000 inferior grade, rank 6 astral stones. 13,000 astral stones. 1,300,000. What else? Jiang Changkong said indifferently, "Don't force me to make a move." Chang Kaisheng, why do you have to be so ruthless? After we leave this place, we can still be friends. The expressions of the 13 cultivators froze. They knew that Jiang Changkong wanted their sin badges. A golden light wrapped around Jiang Changkong's fingertip, and an extreme heat wave surged out. "Hand over the sin badges, and I will let you leave. If you don't, I will use one move, and your life and death will be up to fate. Here you go." The few cultivators quickly tossed out their sin badges. Even if the group of them joined hands, they wouldn't be able to withstand a single move. No matter how stupid they were, they knew that no matter how few martial artists the Sin Domain Overlord had, it was not something the 13 of them could compare to. "What about you guys?" Jiang Changkong looked at the remaining martial artists. Here, not daring to hesitate any longer, Zhang Xian handed the token of crimes over to Zhang Xian. Jiang Changkong's expression was calm. "All right, I'll send you off. When you get back, remember to tell your allies that I, Jiang Changkong, robbed you." As soon as he finished speaking, a golden ray shot out from his fingertip, and a terrifying force enveloped the three of them. The 13 martial artists were sent flying back at a speed even faster than when they had come. Chiang Kai-sheng, aren't you just looking for trouble? Su Hengji and the others were puzzled. They definitely won't give up. They'll come looking for trouble. That's right, let them come and look for me. If they don't come, where can I go to earn star stones? Jiang Chongkong accepted the crime order and star stones. This time it was 1,300,000. They had come here to harvest, and the star stones had all been processed. If he could obtain star stones from them, Jiang Chongkong could definitely advance to high tier here. These 13 people posed no threat to him, so he sent them back to pass on the message. If they came and dared to make a move on him, he would rob them. If they didn't come, it could only be said that they could endure. Shao Chen looked at the Green Wind Overlord, who was already covered in blood. His body was covered in saber wounds, and his flesh was a bloody mess. He was already in a miserable state, but he was still alive. These 7 old fellows were really ruthless. Jiang Chongkong could not bear to see this. Let's end this. The star stones are important. After saying that, Su Hengji slit the Green Wind Overlord's throat, ending his life. Jiang Chongkong checked the Green Wind Overlord's hidden star ring. There was a mountain of star stones inside, even more than Yun Bugui's. Unfortunately, he had not processed them, so he could not use them now. The Green Wind Overlord's crime order was also there. He brought the 7 people down from the sky. The ground was crisscrossed with cracks everywhere. It was a scene of desolation, and dust filled the air. Even the air was boiling hot. In a radius of a few hundred meters, the trees had disappeared, not even a single root was left. The ground was filled with charred corpses, and the thick smell of burnt flesh was somewhat unpleasant. Find their devices, Jiang Chongkong said indifferently. Yes, the 6 people replied respectfully. Su Hengji did not move. Jiang Chongkong turned to look at him, knowing that he had something to say. Su Hengji bowed. Many thanks for Chiang Kai-sheng's kindness, but there are no devices in the Green Wind Overlord's body. No? That's not important. His collection is all in the ring. Jiang Chongkong thought about it and said indifferently, the people from the Immortal Palace could take Yin Bugui away, so they definitely had a way to deal with the devices. The other party dared to make a move without being discovered by the Federation, so they should have done it recently. With the devices, these criminals would be monitored at all times. If it was before the crime order was issued, they would definitely be discovered. The Sin Domain's harvest had begun, and the Federation would definitely investigate the Sin Domain situation to prevent any accidents. Jiang Chongkong pondered when a trace of unease suddenly flashed past his heart. When did the crime order be given to you guys? Last night, Su Hengji replied respectfully. Last night? Jiang Chongkong's face changed. Last night? With the information provided by Liang Qiushuani, it should not be difficult for the various powerhouses to find the spatial passage. If the other party were to make a move last night, they would definitely not be able to walk out of the Sin Domain. That means the people from the Immortal Palace are still inside the Sin Domain? Thinking about that, Jiang Chongkong's face darkened. Did the Sin Domain overlords meet any strangers? Forget it. You're so miserable. You probably don't know anything. He shook his head. Su Hengji was too miserable. The matter was extremely secretive, and most probably would not come into contact with it. Su Hengji laughed awkwardly and lowered his head. That's right, you've lived in the Sin Domain for so many years. How much do you understand about the Sin Domain? Jiang Chongkong asked. For example, the underground cave entrance. Cave entrance? Su Hengji frowned. After thinking for a long time, he said, I've been in the Sin Domain for so many years. I've definitely been to any place in the Sin Domain, and there is no underground cave entrance. Do you know where Yun Bugui died? Jiang Chongkong asked. I know, not only me, but the entire Sin Domain knows. Su Hengji said, He's the Sin Domain overlord, and we still can't understand his death. Jiang Chongkong smiled and asked, "Oh, why can't you understand?" He was killed by the star demon. With his strength, it can be said that he surpassed the peak of the star spirit realm, and is between the star spirit realm and the high level. Although there are many star demon in the Sin domain, there are no high-level ones, and they should not be able to do anything to him. Su Hengji frowned and said, with Yun Bugui's strength, he should not have died in the hands of the star demon. This matter was something that many people in the Sin domain could not understand, and went to investigate, but to no avail. Jiang Chongkong nodded his head. If the place where Yun Bugui died was the underground entrance, they should have been discovered. Furthermore, the one who died was not the real Yun Bugui, but a fake, because he was the one who killed the real one. It was also impossible for the other party to kill Yun Bugui at the entrance. That would expose them. If that was the case, it would be difficult to find the tunnel. Liangqiu Shuani only said that it was underground and did not know where it was on the island. Could it be that I have to break through the island? Seems like I can give it a try. Chang Kaisheng, the 105 sin badges, as well as the instruments, have all been taken out. 6 old men walked over, carrying a large pile of instruments and sin badges. Jiang Chongkong kept the sin badges and looked at the instruments. Do you guys know how to use them? Chapter 234. It was very small, about the size of a 50-cent coin in his previous world. Bright silver in color, and if it was too big, it would be difficult to fit into a person's body. Jiang Chongkong held onto the instrument. It was completely shiny, and nothing could be seen. It was made of extremely sturdy material. He did not know how to use it. If he had known, he would have asked Professor Yin. We know how. Su Hongji and the rest said, You guys know how. Jiang Chongkong was curious. Don't forget, the Sin domain has Wang Ruiqing, and furthermore, there are a few professors. Su Hongji caressed the coin instrument. In the Sin domain, there are still some people who wish for the world to be in chaos, and they are the evil ones. They do it for no other reason than to kill and reduce the number of people in the Sin domain. Reduce the number of people? Jiang Chongkong frowned. That's right, with fewer people, we can occupy more resources. That way, the people who are still alive will be able to live better. An old man continued. Just like this forest, the Sin domain fought hard to take it down from the hands of the star demon. We usually stay here, of course. We cannot build houses, and if we cannot defend it, we can't stay, so we sleep on the trees. If we can kill half of them, this forest will be enough for us to live in. Furthermore, this forest will also grow some medicinal herbs. The Sin domain was only so big, and with so many people squeezed onto the island, unable to leave, there were only so many resources. So the fewer the people, the better. There were some people with twisted hearts who would do all sorts of crazy things. The usage of the instrument was created by a crazy professor. He did not keep it a secret and instead spread it out. At the start, many people were frantically killing each other for the hidden resources, starstones. At that time, there was a huge massacre, causing the entire Sin domain to be restless. Only when the Federation took action to stop it did the massacre stop. The Federation treated them as fat pigs and did not want them to die while they were still little pigs. Activating his star power, he carefully tapped on the instrument 3 times, and then using his star power as a pen, he started to draw on the instrument. Buzz! The instrument trembled. The star light dissipated and condensed into a screen, displaying the scene of a person living in the Sin domain. Su Hengji poured in his star power. The strokes became faster and faster, and the scene also became faster. Jiang Chongkong smiled and said, It can still be fast-forwarded. However, the Federation didn't modify the device. There is more than one professor in the Sin domain. Changing the equipment is only treating the symptoms and not the root cause. Su Hengji said, At that time the Federation made conditions that forbade fighting and killing. Every year, supplies would be shipped to us, and we could use star stones, medicinal herbs, ores, and other resources to exchange for them. After that, there's the condition to leave Sin domain. Kill 100 people and pay 100 star stones. Only then will Sin domain stop killing each other. Just for this hopeless hope? Jiang Changkong smiled. There was no hope of killing 100 people. How could that be? Su Hengji explained, there's hope for those overlords. We can kill 10 or dozens of them at once. Sooner or later, we'll have enough. As for the Starstones, we have to hand them in every year. They don't lack them. Coupled with the Federation's resources, their lives have improved a little, with the overlords suppressing them who would dare to cause trouble. Jiang Changkong thought for a moment, then asked, of the remaining 9 overlords of Sin Domain, who killed the most? I'm not too sure. Those overlords won't announce it. They'll only record it themselves. Su Hengji shook his head and looked at the device, found it. The last place he buried the Starstones was in the Star Demon region. We found it here too. It's on the beach of the island. Mine is in the forest inside a tree. I'm inside a stone. The locations that the 6 of them found were all different. Some were on the ground, some were in the tree, some were on the beach, and some were in the Star Demon region. All of them are talents. Jiang Changkong looked at the screen. These people from Sin Domain were really able to think of something. They hollowed out the tree and stored the Starstones. Then they used wood attribute star power to forcefully heal the tree and restore it to its original state. Some then hollowed out the stone and placed the Starstones inside. Directly burying it in the ground was the most uncreative. Burying it in the sand, they actually forcefully dug out a few huge pits around it, using star power as a trap. Once they got close, they would be trapped and suffer from the star power attack. If they acted rashly without knowing, they would be crippled even if they were the same rank. All of them were experts at hiding things. However, now that they were dead, no matter how they hid, these traps were naturally useless. You guys continued to study the other devices and find the location of the Starstones. I will bring you guys to the Star Demon region. Jiang Changkong rose into the air and left with the 7 of them. Chiang Kai-sheng, I think, don't be so rash. There is more than one overlord in the Star Demon region. If we face the overlord and then the Star Demon, there will be traps. I am afraid it will be difficult to deal with them. The 7 of them said solemnly. Jiang Changkong paused. All right, you guys go to the edge first and study the device. I will go to the Star Demon region myself. The people from Immortal Palace might still be hiding. If they were too strong, bringing the 7 of them along would be a burden. Chiang Kai-sheng, don't be rash. Although the 7 of us are afraid of death, we still know how to repay kindness. Su Hengji quickly said. His son, Su Xinghe, was raised by Jiang Changkong. He did not want anything to happen to Jiang Changkong. The other 6 were not stupid. The Sin realm was in a mess now. A bunch of geniuses were here to harvest. With their strength, they would not be able to fight against them. Jiang Changkong did not care about them. He flew into the air and brought them to the beach. The star power gathered in his palm and formed 3 blazing suns. Then he formed 3 Tai Chi diagrams. These are my 3 blazing suns and 3 Tai Chi defensive powers. Take them with you, and it will be enough to protect you. Take them with you and help me find the Starstones. This is my phone. Take it. I will get one later and contact you guys. Jiang Changkong said. This was his full power. Once he used it, only high-level martial artists would have a chance of survival. He forgot to take the 13 people's phones just now. He would find a few more people later and get their phones before contacting them. If they split up, they would be able to collect the Starstones faster. After that, Jiang Changkong sat down in a lotus position and began to recover his star power. The 7 of them were helpless. They took the blazing suns and Tai Chi diagrams and continued to study the devices. After recovering, Jiang Changkong flew into the air. This time, if he met any of the leaders, he would communicate with them. He believed that the people from the Immortal Palace would definitely contact all the leaders. Forget about the leader of the Green Wind faction. If he killed him too quickly, he would not say anything. The remaining leaders, or Wang Ruiqing, should be able to find the exact location of the tunnel. There were only 3 places on the island that did not have the star demon: the City of Sin, the beach at the edge of the island, and the forest. The other places all had the star demon. The place that Jiang Changkong wanted to go was the place where the star demon was the strongest, where the peak of the Star Spirit Peak was located. Jiang Changkong flew into the air and realized that many cultivators were heading his way. The best place to set up traps, other than the City of Sin, was the place where the star demon was the strongest. There's actually someone here before me. Jiang Changkong looked down and saw 2 women in white robes. They both looked very young. One of them looked similar to Jian Xiue. The other one looked similar to her. They both had the power of the moon star. Could it be the Sea Clan's heaven's favorite and one of the 9 leaders, Qi Ma Xuan? Chapter 235. In the Star Demon's territory, huge rocks were piled up and coconuts were hanging from coconut trees. Because of the starlight, the coconuts were also filled with starlight. The 2 women were standing under the coconut trees and looking at the sky. 1,000 meters in the sky was a barrier, and Jiang Changkong only flew about 300 meters in the sky. That was very close to them, so it was normal for them to notice him immediately. Jiang Changkong. The young woman's eyes were filled with a trace of seriousness. He's Jiang Changkong. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the other woman, filled with killing intent. He didn't seem to notice her killing intent. Emo Xian? Emo Qingwei? Was it you who killed my brother? Said Emo Xian coldly. He then released a moon sword light. Auntie. Xiao Qingyue's figure flashed, and the silver-white moonlight blocked the sword light. The surrounding sand flew everywhere and the ground cracked. Auntie, 3rd uncle's death was all because the Immortal Palace used him. Jiang Changkong is not to blame. He did it. I don't care if he's right or wrong. Emo Xian's long hair was fluttering in the wind, and he looked furious. Get out of my way, or I'll kill you too. Auntie, it's all part of the Celestial Palace's plan. If you become enemies with me, you'll fall into their trap. Emo Qingyue's face darkened. Jiang Changkong wanted to save Xueyu. That's why he was so ruthless. Piss off, shouted Emo Xian furiously. Emo Xian didn't listen to her. He took out his moon sword and the silver moonlight filled the air. Jiang Changkong, you go first, shouted Emo Qingyue. Jiang Changkong laughed lightly and took a step forward. Astral energy gushed forth, causing the earth to churn and dust to fill the air. Qi Qingwei was directly forced back. As the invisible astral power passed through, everything within a radius of a few hundred meters seemed to have stopped. Dust and sand were suspended in the air. Jin Emo Xian's figure stopped, still maintaining his attacking posture. The edge of the blade and the sword light stopped in the air. Emo Qingyue's expression changed drastically. What's going on? Was this Jiang Changkong's strength? Although she hadn't made a move yet, the force that had pushed her back was definitely much stronger than hers. Furthermore, although her aunt, Emo Xian, was unable to step into the advanced rank as one of the overlords of the Sin domain, her strength was infinitely close to the advanced rank. You're slightly stronger than Qingfeng, Jiang Changkong said indifferently. With a flick of his finger, the saber light shattered and the sword light dissipated. The surroundings returned to normal, and the dust continued to fly. Qi Emo Xian's body recovered its freedom, and he hurriedly withdrew, looking at him with terror. It's better if you don't make a move, Jiang Changkong said indifferently. I can be considered as a friend of the Tong clan. I won't rob your starstones, and I won't rob your order of crimes. You just need to answer me 2 questions. Kamashwan's gaze flickered, the killing intent on his body dissipating. Jiang Changkong said indifferently, first, the location of the spatial passage. Second, where is Wang Ruiqing? I don't know about the spatial passageway either. Unless you agree to work for the Immortal Palace, the Immortal Palace will bring you there. Qi Emo Xian didn't hesitate and said, as for Wang Ruiqing, She was taken away by the immortal palace. Jiang Changkong said indifferently, "Is she still in the Sin realm?" "Yes, but I don't know exactly where she is," Chiamo Xian said indifferently. "Looks like it's really troublesome." Jiang Changkong frowned. Qi Qingyue had already calmed down. "We will also pay attention to the spatial passageway. We will inform you if there's any news." "Amen, thank you. If there's any news about Wang Ruiqing, please inform me as well." After Jiang Changkong finished speaking, he soared into the sky. "If there's nothing else, I won't disturb your reunion. Where are you going?" Qi Qingyue couldn't help but ask. Jiang Changkong stopped under the control and looked into the distance. "The other chiefs probably won't tell me, either. I can only look for them on my own." "You won't be able to find them," Chiamo Xian said coldly. "They're hiding very well. A bunch of hiding rats. If I can't find them, I'll just destroy their rat hole." Jiang Changkong didn't stay any longer and soared into the depths. The aunt and niece looked at each other. Qi Qingyue said softly, "Aunt, be careful. I will come back with Shuiyu." Qi Xian nodded. "The situation in the Sin realm isn't right. You guys have to be careful." "I understand." Qi Shuiyu replied and left. Jiang Changkong met many star demon along the way. Some of the star demon released their star power and soared into the sky. To avoid the star demon's attacks, Jiang Changkong thought about the deep abyss of the Yingding province. There was a crack in the deep abyss, and star demon kept coming out. Will the situation here be the same? There are many star demon here, unlike the ocean, and they are endless. There should be a special entrance. But if it was so simple, the Federation would have found it. Xiao xiao! Suddenly, thousands of sword lights flew out from the ground and soared. "Is this a trap?" Jiang Changkong waved his hand, and the star power swept across, shattering all the sword lights. The ground was engraved with special patterns, and starlight flowed, releasing terrifying sword lights. Star array! The star array covered a radius of 300 meters, and its power was enough to kill ordinary peak star spirits. I fell into the star array. Why didn't anyone come out? Jiang Changkong looked around. There were only a few star demon corpses, and no one was in sight. Under normal circumstances, when a trap was set up, there would be people guarding nearby. If the people in the trap were not dead, they would kill them. Unless there was really no one around. His 5 senses didn't react at all. There was no one around to spy on him. The star power in his body erupted, and golden light filled the entire star array. The violent power exploded, and the star array collapsed. After destroying the star array, Jiang Changkong dug out the star stones of the star demon corpses, and then left. Half an hour later, Jiang Changkong stopped. There were some traces of life here, and there was a fire, as well as a few bites of roasted meat. Only a few bites. People from the Sin realm aren't picky about food. Jiang Changkong looked at the roasted meat and then looked around. He found the star array again. However, it was only half of it, and it was incomplete. The trap is only half set up. It seems that this group of people are all hiding. Could it be a space tunnel? Jiang Changkong murmured. Kuei Moshuan said that he couldn't find them, so it was most likely that they had gone to the space tunnel. But why didn't Kuei Moshuan go? Also, judging from the way Kuei Moshuan and Kuei Qingyue interacted with each other, their relationship wasn't so bad that they would fight to the death. Never mind. I'll find a phone and contact Su Hengji first. Jiang Changkong flew away. Phones were easy to find. There were many martial artists here, and any martial artist would have a phone. Plop! Chiang Kai-sheng, it wasn't easy for me to get in here, and I haven't gotten any benefits yet. Please don't rob me. He had just flown down and intercepted a martial artist, but the other party had already knelt down. Jiang Changkong's mouth twitched. "I'm here to ask for your phone. I lost it." "Am I already so scary?" Oh, take it, take it." The martial artist immediately took out the phone and offered it with both hands. Jiang Changkong took the phone, shook his head, and turned to leave. He dialed his own phone, and Su Hengji's voice came out. Is this Chiang Kai-sheng? It's me, I couldn't find them. Jiang Changkong was slightly depressed. Chiang Kai-sheng, come back quickly, we found something good. A stone tablet with star runes. Star tablet? Jiang Changkong's expression changed. I'll be right there. Chapter 236. On the beach at the edge of the island, the 7 old men looked at the stone tablet curiously. It was engraved with mysterious star text. Although they did not recognize it, they more or less knew what star text was. Star text, this is a good thing. Even if it's just an ordinary stone tablet, it's worth fighting for. The 7 old men looked excited, and the happiest one was Su Hengji. If they could not get out, the star tablet could only be given to Jiang Changkong. After discovering such a good thing, would Jiang Changkong not take care of the Su family when he got out? Jiang Changkong descended from the air and came to the 7 old men's side, looking at the stone tablet. It was a meter long, a foot wide, and completely black. It was not a star tablet, nor did it have any martial arts patterns, nor did it have any fluctuations of astral power. It looked like an ordinary stone tablet, engraved with star text. Chiang Kai-sheng, this is it. We don't recognize it, but the star text is a good thing. Please keep it. The 7 old men hurriedly said. Jiang Changkong looked at the stone tablet and knocked it with his hand. It was very hard. Have you used astral power to test this star tablet? We wouldn't dare. Some star text objects are not indestructible. Astral spirits can also break them. The 7 old men shook their heads, nodding lightly. Jiang Changkong began to look at the star text. He did not learn the star text in vain. He really did recognize all the star text on it. However, he was only a dabbler, and it took some effort to translate it. You guys go study the equipment first. I'll try to translate first, Jiang Changkong said. Changkong knows the star text. The 7 old men were surprised. Professor Yun is my teacher. She taught me, Jiang Changkong said. No wonder you came to save Wang Ruiqing. Su Hengji suddenly realized. Jiang Changkong raised an eyebrow. Why? Professor Yun and Wang Ruiqing have a good relationship? Professor Yun only told him to help if he could save her, and forget about it if he could not. She did not mention anything about her relationship with Wang Ruiqing. Her husband. Su Hengji whispered. She only left the void realm when something happened to Wang Ruiqing. Jiang Changkong no longer asked. You guys go ahead. I'll translate first. Don't disturb me. Okay. The 7 old men nodded. This should be the word star. This is Chen. This is... Jiang Changkong translated word by word. Professor Yun taught him that the depiction of Xing when should be read from left to right. Jiang Changkong earnestly translated the contents of the stone tablet. He was very careful. Sometimes a single wrong word could have a completely different meaning. While immersed in the translation, the 7 old men dared not to disturb him. The sun rose and the moon set. In the blink of an eye, it was already late at night. Jiang Changkong finally translated the star text on the stone tablet. Of the star text, Sunday of the text. Jiang Sunday, I've translated it. Do you guys want to take a look? Jiang Changkong asked as he held onto his phone. Do you want to take a look? Jiang Changkong asked with his phone in hand. They had to pay attention to every detail while checking the equipment. Some of them had buried star stones in more than one place. They were all experts at hiding star stones. Moreover, it was troublesome to hide too many star stones in one place, so many of them packed them in batches. They were all experts at hiding star stones. Moreover, it was troublesome to hide too many star stones in one place, so many people packed them in batches. Some of them were lucky enough to find other people's star stones when they were hiding star stones. Jiang Changkong knew what they were thinking in their hearts. They were worried that the contents of this scroll might involve some secrets. What if there was a high-grade treasure or something? What if Jiang Changkong killed them to prevent the news from leaking? He ignored them and checked it himself. Stars have fallen. All things have been buried, a ruined immortal palace, a broken statue, a sky full of stars, boundless starlight, the inheritance of the immortal god, hidden in the steel. Immortal palace? Immortal god? Jiang Changkong looked at the content in a daze and then looked at the steel. This immortal palace was definitely not the one on Earth. This means that the stars have fallen. How did they fall? Where did they fall? Jiang Changkong frowned. Did the stars fall mean that they were destroyed? Then there was the sentence, all things have been buried. It should mean that all things had died. A ruined immortal palace, a broken statue, a sky full of stars, boundless starlight. If there were immortal palaces and statues, it was normal for there to be a sky full of stars and boundless starlight. But the last sentence, the inheritance of the immortal god hidden in the steel, there were still immortals in this world. Were immortals and gods immortal? Jiang Changkong suddenly felt a little excited. Why don't I become an immortal first and become a god? I'll think about it later. He decided happily. He would work hard to become an immortal or a god. Then, let me see what inheritance is hidden in this steel. Jiang Changkong's golden light flowed out and formed a blade light which slashed on the steel. Ding! The steel shook and there was a slight blade mark. The star power flowed directly into the steel and disappeared. As expected, it's like a battleship. Jiang Changkong had only guessed before. After all, there were things that were as black as the battleship material. When he asked the 7 before, they had not touched it, so naturally they would not find it. This time he was prepared. He immediately let go of the hilt and restrained his power. The 7 looked at it and heaved a sigh of relief. They must have found something incredible and were about to destroy the steel. Luckily they were smart and did not look. The blade can leave a mark. It seems that this material is not very strong. Jiang Changkong picked up the steel and walked to the side. Since the 7 did not want to see it, then he would not let them see it. He would study it himself and see what was hidden in it. Boom! Jiang Changkong punched the steel. His body shone with golden light and the 6 power patterns were activated. The steel left a half-inch deep fist mark. His invincible Vajra body was completely perfected. His fist was even more powerful than a 6th grade blade. However, the recoil was a little painful. Right, don't I have something else to try? Jiang Changkong slapped his forehead. How could he have forgotten about the Tying sword? Taking out the Tying sword, Jiang Changkong activated the Tai Chi mysterious art. He absorbed the power of the Tying sword and used the tip of the sword to scratch the steel. It was far beyond Jiang Changkong's expectations. The tip of the sword easily cut the steel. Facing the tip of the sword, the steel was as fragile as Tang Ruashi's glove. What level is this sword tip at? Jiang Changkong murmured. This steel could absorb astral power. It was definitely a high-level material. Using his pure strength, he could only make a half-inch fist mark. He felt that the tip of the sword could also easily tear through his defense. Even now, he could not block this terrifying sword tip. A faint heat wave spread out, and a round pearl emitting golden light rolled out of the stone tablet. Could this be the inheritance of an immortal? Jiang Changkong picked up the bead. There was a trace of heat, but it did not affect him. A wisp of astral power flew out and sank into the bead. Suddenly, as if a floodgate had been opened, a large number of memories and words flowed into his mind. 2 phoenixes on the parasol tree, a golden crow on the sun, a woodcutter under the moon Osmanthus, a jade toad on the moon star. An old voice was heard. It was actually an ancient and pure starry language. In a large number of images, there was a parasol tree growing on the sun, and a moon Osmanthus growing on the moon. The golden crow and phoenix landed on the parasol tree. Under the moon Osmanthus, there was an ice toad and a middle-aged figure cutting the moon osmanthus. Don't tell me this is a myth? Chapter 237. A powerful cultivator had traveled across the moon and sun to witness these paintings. However, what he saw was fake. The phoenix, the golden crow, and the jade toad were fake. As for the person chopping the moon laurel, he was also fake. These things were just statues. After that, as the cultivator prepared to leave, the two stars sank strangely. They did not sink into another place, but into the boundless starry heavens. Boundless darkness enveloped the sun and moon. The starry heavens devoured the stars. Between the two stars, a starry formation erupted, covering the sun and moon. Boundless starlight scattered, but it could not stop the sun and moon from falling. 3 palaces appeared between the sun and moon. One was the moon, one was the sun, and one was pure blood chi. The blood chi palace appeared between the sun and moon. It balanced the power of the sun and moon and resisted the devouring from the starry heavens. However, the 3 palaces and the starry sky all failed. As they resisted, the 3 palaces were damaged, and the statue of the person chopping the moon laurel crumbled. Even the powerful cultivator was enveloped by this power and could not escape. He could only join the 3 palaces to resist this devouring power. Unfortunately, even with the 3 palaces, he could not resist this power. He could only find a stone stele at the last moment and carve this information. He sealed all of his memories within the pearl. This pearl was formed by the 3 beams of light that escaped when the sun and moon sank and the 3 palaces were destroyed. Then the cultivator sealed the pearl in the stone stele, and the scene ended there. Jiang Chongkong was somewhat dumbfounded. If that was the case, they had all been devoured. Why would this stone stele appear here? The sun and moon were still hanging in the sky. Could it be that they were new sun and moon? That's not right. Where did this stone stele come from? Jiang Chongkong frowned. He took the pearl and the shattered stone stele and went to look for the 7 people. Buzz! The pearl suddenly trembled, releasing a scorching and icy aura. There was also a trace of blood chi in it. Why is this pearl trembling? Could it be that there's something nearby? This pearl was formed by the light of the 3 palaces. In that case, did that mean that something related to the 3 palaces was nearby? The inheritance of the immortal god, an extremely powerful warrior. Could it be that the warrior was an immortal god? To be able to cross the sun and the moon, only a high-level martial artist could do so. However, in his memory, that martial artist seemed to be able to cross to another star with a single step. This was definitely not something a high-level martial artist could do. Even if he wasn't immortal, he should be a top-notch martial artist. Was it his legacy, or did the 3 palaces contain the legacy of the immortal god? Putting away the bead, Jiang Chongkong walked up to them and asked, "Excuse me, where did that stone tablet come from?" The seawater washed up. Su Hengji said there's a barrier here. Things that don't have star power can come in. Jiang Chongkong was lost in thought. He wasn't sure whether the bead was on the island or in the sea. If it was in the sea, they would have to leave the Sin domain before they could investigate. "You guys go further away. I want to see what's going on down there," Jiang Chongkong said. "All right." The 7 of them took the instruments and walked away. After they left, a blazing sun appeared on Jiang Chongkong's right palm, and he poured it into the ground. Rumble! The beach shook and the ground cracked. A crack that was a few hundred meters deep appeared. Jiang Chongkong jumped into the crack and took out the bead. Gold, silver, and blood. 3 rays of light bloomed. Buzz! The bead vibrated violently, and the deeper he went, the more it vibrated. Jiang Chongkong poured star power into the bead again and blasted it into the ground. As he went deeper, the bead suddenly stopped vibrating. The 3 rays of light dimmed and turned into a tricolored stone bead. Why isn't there any reaction? Jiang Chongkong was confused. Could it be that he went too deep and passed through it? He flew up into the air, but there was still no reaction from the stone bead. When he returned to the beach, there was still no reaction from the bead. Looks like it's most likely in the sea. The surging seawater washed away the thing that had a connection with the stone bead. Jiang Changkong sighed. He had to give up on investigating for now. When he returned to the 7 of them, Jiang Changkong rested at the side. The next morning, Jiang Changkong gave each of them an interspatial equipment and left again to look for the criminals in the Sin domain. He had a lot of interspatial equipment, but they were all stolen from others. He had no use for them. However, to his disappointment, this group of people from the Sin domain had no idea where they had hidden themselves. There was no trace of them at all. When he passed by the city of Sin, he saw a group of cultivators. They were all geniuses who came to harvest. Scrooge! On top of the city of Sin, Ji Shuiyu shouted. Jiang Changkong descended from the sky. Why are you calling me? Did you find the criminals? Ji Shuiyu asked. No, other than the first leader I killed. I didn't find anything else. Jiang Changkong shook his head. Mo Xian was a member of the Ji clan. These people are really rats. We even caught a few of them yesterday. Could it be that they're hiding underground? Ji Shuiyu frowned. It's possible. I went to take a look. They left halfway through the star array. Jiang Changkong thought about it. They can only hide underground now. What's strange is that everyone has a device inside their body. They can't have gotten rid of them all. With the devices, the Federation can monitor everything. In such a short period of time, they can't get rid of all the monitoring devices. If they all hide underground, the tunnel will be exposed. Then what do we do now? Ji Shuiyu asked. Jiang Changkong rolled his eyes. What else can we do? Dig a hole. You guys have nothing better to do anyway. Just turn the island over. Ji Shuiyu frowned and lowered her voice. My sister told me to tell you to be careful. You killed a leader. No one gained anything. You want to attack me? I didn't attack them. I'm already giving face to the forces behind them. If they don't want face, then come. Jiang Changkong hissed. Coldness appeared on his face. Ji Shuiyu whispered, Why don't you stay and we can work together to take the rest? Jiang Changkong's expression changed slightly. I still have things to do. Goodbye. Then, he flew away without waiting for Ji Shuiyu's response. This miser doesn't even have the guts? Ji Shuiyu curled her lips. Jiang Changkong didn't go far. He landed with the tricolored stone bead in his hand. The 3 lights were dimming. The hidden star ring can't block the senses. But why did it suddenly appear and then disappear? Jiang Changkong muttered in confusion. He had left because the stone bead had sensed it. Those were the 3 palaces in the starry sky. Even the strongest martial artists mentioned the immortal god inheritance. If he could get it, it would be a great fortune. As for working with Ji Shuiyu and the others to rob them, he didn't care. As long as he robbed them, he would be the scapegoat. Would the other forces find trouble with the Ji family because of this? It was impossible. Only he, the weakest, would be the scapegoat. Therefore, he didn't even consider Ji Shuiyu's suggestion. If he wanted to rob them, he would do it himself. Previously, the tricolored stone bead sensed it at the seaside. Why did it appear here? Could it be that it has always been on the island? Jiang Changkong pondered for a moment and flew up. This time, he held the tricolored stone bead in his hand. Not long after, the tricolored stone bead shone brightly again and vibrated. Sure enough, that thing is on the island of Sin Domain. It's just that it can move. Jiang Changkong was delighted. He poured the blazing sun's star power into the bead and connected it to the ground. Chapter 238. The ground cracked, and everything within a kilometer radius trembled. Jiang Changkong went deep into the ground, but that feeling disappeared again. Just as he was about to leave, his phone rang. It was Su Hengji. Chiang Kai-sheng, the star stones have been found. Jiang Changkong said, You guys go get them. I have matters to attend to. Yes, Su Hengji replied and hung up. The 7 of them had their own methods. and he could be at ease to search for the thing underground, holding onto the stone bead. Jiang Chongkong flew around the island, and upon sensing something, he would immediately dig a hole. But the thing's speed was truly astonishing, and by the time he dug a hole, it had already left. In such a situation, Jiang Chongkong was not discouraged, but was instead filled with anticipation. With his speed, even geniuses would have to eat his dust, but that thing was actually faster than him. It was definitely a high-level being. It should not be a living being. If it was, it would have long come out and devoured the entire Sin domain. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. In these 3 days, Jiang Chongkong dug holes everywhere, and the entire Sin domain was riddled with holes, but he still could not find the thing. The spatial tunnel underground was also not found. On the other side, Sin domain, Ji Shuiyu sat on a stone chair in boredom. Beside her was Ji Qingyu, a genius from the Nan family, and Yao Guang commerce. 3 days, another 3 days have passed, and we still have not found it. Are we going to be so bored for a month? Ji Shuiyu said weakly. This time they hid too well. Even Auntie could not find them. Ji Qingyu sighed. Wu Yang, can you contact that person from your Nan family? Nan family's genius, Nan Wu Yang, had short hair that draped over his shoulders and had a dense masculine aura. Nan Wu Yang shook his head. I can't. The other party cut off the signal. I can't contact that person from Yao Guang commerce either. Yao Chan, who was dressed in red, shook her head. What is Jiang Chongkong doing? Nan Wuyang asked. Ji Shuiyu curled her lips. What else can he do? Digging holes. That Scrooge, he goes crazy when he sees starstones. Now that the starstones are gone, he is more anxious than anyone else, and has been digging holes in the Sin domain for the past 3 days. This person of his. Nan Wuyang shook his head and laughed. Oh, right, they suggested that we make a move against Jiang Chongkong. What do you think? Xiao Meng has already discussed cooperation with him. All 3 of us are allies with him. How should we act? Yao Chan gently rubbed her forehead. Her red lips glowed. How about we do the same as him, dig a hole? That's true. However, I would like to see how profound his mastery of the blazing sun star is. Nan Wuyang said in a deep voice, This is just an ordinary spar. There is no profit involved. A miser will only fight with you if you give him starstones. Jian Shuiyu sneered. She looked down on Jiang Chongkong. Rumble. Suddenly, an earth-shattering sound rang out, and 3 scorching suns rose in the sky at the same time. The golden light shot out for a radius of a few thousand meters. The terrifying temperature soared, causing everyone in the Sin domain to feel it. Are they really going to attack? Nan Wuyang suddenly stood up. Let's go and have a look. Jian Shuai quickly got up. In the distance, 3 scorching suns hung high in the sky, and boundless power swept out in all directions. The golden light transformed into blade auras, and the ground was unceasingly slashed, and 100-meter deep fissure appeared. 7 old men supported each other and stood together. 3 Tai Chi diagrams protected them from the scorching sun's attack. In front of them, many martial artists resisted the blade auras with difficulty. The barrier lit up, and 10 light auras soared into the sky. Over 100 martial artists supported the barrier. Hengji, that seems to be a high-rank barrier? An old man squinted his eyes and looked at the huge barrier. Even though the blade auras fell, the barrier did not move and did not even ripple. This time, the people are really shameless. They even brought in a high-rank barrier. Isn't there a rule that we can't bring in high-rank items? Su Hengji's face was gloomy. The other 6 shook their heads. They also did not know why a high-rank barrier would appear. A young man said with a cold expression, Hand over your things. In the past 3 days, you have found a lot of starstones. Young master, these starstones belong to Chiang Kai-sheng. We are working for Chiang Kai-sheng. Please do not make things difficult for us, Su Hengji said politely. No matter what the situation was, Those who had a high rank barrier were not people they could provoke. Sin Domain prohibited high rank items from entering, but they could still bring them in. Their identity was definitely not ordinary. Chiang Kai-sheng? Jiang Chongkong is nothing. We have so many people here. Why would we be afraid of a single Jiang Chongkong? The young man said coldly, I will give you 3 breaths to hand over all your star stones and sin medallions. Otherwise, I will take your dog lives. You! The 7 old men's faces were gloomy and their eyes were solemn. They did not have any sin medallions, and they had all given them to Jiang Chongkong. Moreover, even if they had them, they would not hand them over. Jin Chin, you are too much. 3 figures arrived first and looked at the young man coldly. So it's the 3 of you. Are you here to support Jiang Chongkong? The young man laughed in disdain. If you don't want to be number 1, don't obstruct me. We have a few heavens' pride here. The 3 of you. This matter has nothing to do with you. If you want to deal with Jiang Chongkong together, we welcome you. The 3 young men walked out, and their auras were terrifying. They looked at the 3 of them coldly. 3 breaths of time is up. 7 old things, go on your way. Jin Chin shouted coldly, and his killing intent swept out. Bang! The starlight descended, and the Tai Chi diagram trembled, and 100% of the star power flew back. With a loud bang, the starlight exploded, but the high rank barrier did not waver. Jiang Chongkong is quite attentive to you, 7 old men. Jin Chen's gaze was cold. The 3 young men looked indifferent. What are you afraid of? How long can this Tai Chi diagram last? With the high rank barrier, even if Jiang Chongkong comes, it will be useless. I really feel ashamed for the 4 of you. The 4 of you even dared to hold back against Jiang Chongkong with the help of a high-grade barrier. Ji Shuiyu, who had rushed over, said in disdain. As a heaven's pride, she felt that her status had been dragged down. The 4 of them turned red and disappeared. Jiang Chongkong was too strong. Without the high rank barrier, even with so many of them, they did not feel safe. Jiang Chongkong had just entered Sin Domain, and he had defeated an overlord. They thought that they were stronger than Qing Feng, but not by much. You still want to stand up for Jiang Chongkong? He has good things, but did he think about you? These few days he has been digging holes. Do you really think he is looking for criminals? He has treasures in his hands. One of the heavens' pride sneered. Don't talk any more. Take them down first. Jin Chin said coldly. Treasures? Ji Shuiyu and the rest were startled. Do you have them? The 3 heavens' pride shook their heads. They did not pay much attention to Jiang Chongkong. You guys are really paying attention to me. A figure descended, looking coldly at the group of over 100 martial artists. Jin Chen and the rest were delighted, and said coldly, Jiang Chongkong, you are finally willing to come out. Hand over all your treasures, starstones and medallions. Does this high-grade protective barrier give you so much courage? Jiang Chongkong looked at the golden barrier indifferently. It was a high-rank barrier, but it was very strong. He did not know if he could break it. Jin Chin sneered. What, you think you can break it? With this barrier, we can exhaust you to death. Jiang Chongkong's eyes opened and closed, golden light circulating. Nan Wuyang, lend me your weapon. After this, I will give you 10 sin medallions. Chapter 239. I also want to see if a peak astral spirit can break a high-level shield. However, I use a sword. You can give it a try. Nan Wuyang threw out his long sword, which emitted a golden flame. The long sword was engraved with dense star runes. A scorching energy drilled into his body from the sword, amplifying his astral power. Not a bad weapon. Jiang Chongkong held the long sword, feeling the amplification. He looked at Jin Chin and the others. I'll give you a chance. I'm not a murderer. You have 3 breaths to leave. What a joke. Jiang Chongkong, you're really arrogant. Do you think that this is still a small place like the Tranquil Province or Jianghai Province where you can proclaim yourself as a king? Jin Qin sneered. That's right. We're all geniuses. You think too highly of yourself. If you want to be arrogant, go back to your Anding Province and Jianghai Province. You can't do whatever you want here. You can leave. Jiang Changkong waved his hand, letting the 7 leave. He looked at Jin Qin. Which one of you is Sheng Jin? A trace of arrogance appeared on Jin Chen's face as he sneered. I am. What, do you want to kill me? You're right. Jiang Changkong nodded. He threw his long sword into the air and said calmly, Today you'll be the first to die. Jin Chen laughed. What a joke. Break the high-level shield first. First / blazing sun. Jiang Changkong stood with his hands behind his back, using his sword as a slash. The rising sun was warm and gentle. 90% astral power. The long sword sped forward, and with a swing of the sword, it went straight for the high-grade barrier. Boom! An ear-splitting explosion resounded. Terrifying astral power spread in all directions. Ji Shuue and the others hurried to retreat. This power is impossible. How can he cultivate the blazing sun star power to this level? Nan Wuyang said in shock. You got what you wanted. Ji Shuue glanced at him. Nan Wuyang. I've seen it for myself. Compared to him, what kind of heaven's chosen one am I? Rumble. The explosions continued. The high-level shield, which had been quiet all this time, suddenly shook violently. How could that be? The expressions of Jin Qin and the others changed greatly as they cried out in shock. Although this barrier was only at the peak of the early star embryo realm, if it was any higher, it would not be able to bring it in. Without the strength of the initial stage of the star embryo realm, one wouldn't even be able to do anything. Now that it was shaking violently, it proved that Jiang Changkong's strength was enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with an early-stage star embryo martial artist. Was this still the peak of Astral Peak? Second move, Burning Sunday, Jiang Changkong said calmly. 100% astral power. The might of the blazing sun soared once again. The horrifying saber light was not like the 3 blazing suns in the sky, scattering everywhere. The power condensed in this saber strike was so frightening that even Nan Wuyang, who was watching from afar, felt terrified. Rumble. Ka-cha! A crisp sound rang out, as if something had cracked. At this moment, a few tiny cracks had appeared on the high-grade barrier. Although there were only a few tiny cracks, it proved one thing. A high-level barrier wasn't absolutely safe. Kill. Everyone attack. We can't allow him to attack like this. Jin Chen roared angrily and took the initiative to slash out a dazzling sword light that was several meters long. The others didn't dare to hesitate and attacked one after another. The terrifying power was used to drown Jiang Changkong. Heaven and earth, shift! Jiang Changkong said indifferently. A giant Tai Chi symbol appeared in front of him, and the incoming astral power flew back. Boom! Boom! The sky was full of starlight, shining in all directions. Endless starlight surged. The earth shook and cracks that were hundreds of meters deep appeared on the ground. The cracks on the high-level barrier were expanding. How the hell did this guy train? He didn't even form a partial astral body. Nan Wuyang said in shock. The group of elites had reached the peak of the intermediate level in terms of cultivation of astral power, and some moves and martial arts couldn't be completely perfected in a short time. They had no choice but to form a partial astral body to increase their strength again. However, the amount of astral power Jiang Changkong had far exceeded those elites who had formed partial astral bodies. Third move, sunset. The sunset blade fell, and the sky was filled with the sunset glow. The blade aura was like the sunset, beautiful and magnificent. Block it, let's weaken the blade aura and exhaust him to death. Jin Chen yelled and attacked the blade aura again. Everyone came back to their senses. As long as the barrier wasn't broken, they would be fine. The sunset blade fell and destroyed the endless astral power, shattering the starlight in the sky, and slashed at the barrier. Crack! The ear-piercing cracking sound was heard again, and the crack widened again. They couldn't weaken too much of Jiang Changkong's attack, even though they worked together. Fourth move, sunset. It was still the sunset blade. Jiang Changkong wouldn't wait for the high-level barrier to recover. The barrier was formed by energy. Once he relaxed, the crack would recover. These people wanted to exhaust him to death. Let's see if he would be exhausted to death first, or if he would break the barrier first. Nan Wuyang frowned. Sunset again. Don't tell me this guy only knows these 3 moves? That's true. Jiang Changkong hasn't used any other martial arts. He's always used these 3 moves. Jian Shuiyue thought for a moment and said, as for the mysterious fire saber, when she had just started learning the Ardent Sun art, it was a completely low-level weapon and would not be of any use, so there was no need to count it. Nan Wuyang's face twitched. He suddenly felt that he was trash. He used these 3 moves and cultivated a blazing sun art that surpassed his, who was the representative of the sun star power. In the past, when the sun star power was mentioned, 10 people would think of the Nan family. After that, they would think of Jiang Changkong first, then his Nan family. Thinking of this, Nan Wuyang thought of another person. Where's Jiang Changyue? A cold moon art. It was Ji Qingyue and Ji Shuiyue's turn to be depressed. These 2 freaks, the extreme yin and extreme yang family's geniuses, were beaten in their proudest places. No one would feel good about this. I suddenly want to kill him with Jin Qin. Nan Wuyang gritted his teeth. Me too. Ji Qingyue's face darkened. Of course, they were just saying it. No matter how stupid they were, they knew that Jin Qin and the others couldn't do anything to Jiang Changkong. High-grade barriers were powerful, but they couldn't attack. They were only used for defense. As for Jiang Changkong, he could easily retreat if he couldn't break it. Rumble. The battle continued. Waves of terrifying power continued to spread out. With Jiang Changkong and the high-grade barrier as the center, the ground within 1,000 meters kept sinking. Jiang Changkong slashed again, and the cracks continued to widen. Within the barrier, a group of people kept attacking, trying to weaken the saber light. What should we do? What should we do? We can't weaken the saber light at all. Some cultivators panicked. Everyone calm down. Even if he has the strength, he needs to have enough power to break the high-grade barrier. Jin Qin shouted, as long as he can't take it anymore, the high-grade barrier will recover. How much star power can he have? That's right. Everyone don't worry. Once he can't take it anymore, we'll kill him. The other 3 geniuses shouted. Jiang Changkong slashed again and again without stopping. He had been erupting with his full strength. Time passed. Half a day passed, but Jiang Changkong was still attacking. Cracks had already covered 1/3 of the barrier, but Jiang Changkong didn't show any signs of weakening. Don't worry, he can't break it. Jin Qin forced himself to calm down, but he was panicking inside. It had been half a day. Chapter 240. When faced with a ruthless person who could attack for half a day, no one would not panic. Nan Wuyang and the rest were panicking. How did this guy train? How strong was the astral power in his body? Even if it was them, they would feel a little weak after hacking for 3 hours. However, after half a day, Jiang Changkong was still energetic and full of astral power. Another 2 hours passed, and the cracks widened again. Jiang Changkong was still attacking. The people inside the shield felt like they were going crazy. Craters that were thousands of meters deep appeared on the ground around them. As for them, it was as if they were in a deep pit on a pillar. The pillar was also sinking. The high-level shield could protect the ground, but it was too deep and could not protect them. Jiang Changkong was like a mecha that would never get tired. He attacked again and again. Another 3 hours passed, and the cracks covered 2/3 of the shield. Jiang Changkong was still in high spirits. In fact, he even seemed a little excited. Jiang Changkong, let's stop. Let's pretend nothing happened. A martial artist said in fear. If this continued, Jiang Changkong might break the shield first. Let's stop. We'll go our separate ways in the future. A prodigy couldn't take it anymore. Jin Chen was silent. At this time, it was useless to say anything else. If Jiang Changkong could still hold on, then they were dead. As for whether he could hold on or not, he couldn't guarantee it, and he didn't dare to bet. No one was willing to bet with him. Stop, wash your neck, and wait for your death. Jiang Changkong sneered and sent out another blade light. Since you guys started it, don't blame me for being rude. If you want to kill me, then I'll send all of you to hell. Professor Yin had said that if he wanted to do it, he had to do it thoroughly and not leave any loose ends. He couldn't kill all the prodigies in the Sin realm, but he would not let these people who provoked him go. The star stones of these people were enough for him to master 2 more martial arts. He was about to succeed, so how could he give up? Nan Wuyang and the rest watched from afar and didn't intervene. They were not kind people, and they were friends with Jiang Changkong. Why would they help Jin Chen? The saber light descended once more, and a piercing kacha sound rang out. It was like a demonic sound, driving the cultivators inside crazy. Some of the weaker ones screamed out loud. Another 2 hours passed, and the sun in the sky was replaced by the moon. The cracks were almost all over the shield. Jiang Changkong was a little delighted. The barrier was cracking faster the further it went. Just like a porcelain bowl, as the cracks increased, it would become weaker and weaker. Jiang Changkong, I'm willing to hand over the Sin Order and the Star Stones. Let me go. I'm willing too. This is Jin Chen's idea. It has nothing to do with us. We were forced. You bastards, we agreed to advance and retreat together, but now you're going back on your word. Jin Chen's expression was ferocious as he roared. The shield hasn't shattered yet. Even if it did, it's been a day. How much strength does he have left? Jiang Changkong won't let us go. If the shield breaks, we'll fight him to the death. The 3 prodigies said in a deep voice. Boom! As soon as they finished speaking, cracks filled the entire shield and the blade of the setting sun fell. High-level shield broken. It really broke. This lunatic, Nan Wuyang said in horror. 1 day, 1 whole day. Ji Qingyue and the others exclaimed. Jiang Changkong shouldn't have come. The other prodigies also came. When they saw this scene, their faces were so gloomy that it could drip water. How was this a prodigy? He was clearly a monster, a monster. Why did they let him in? They should have boycotted Jiang Changkong. Kill, he has already fought for a whole day. If we fight to the death, we can still live. Jin Chen roared and took the lead to unleash his star power. Blazing sun. Jiang Changkong flicked his finger, and a blazing sun hung in the sky, releasing a boundless blade ray. The blade ray was like the sun falling down. It engulfed the entire place. Jiang Changkong swooped down from the sky, and the sword of the setting sun slashed across Jin Chen's throat. You! Jin Chen looked at him in disbelief. He clutched his throat, and blood spurted out. How is this possible? Jiang Changkong still has such strength after fighting for a whole day? I told you, you'll be the first to die. Jiang Changkong sneered and turned to the other 3 prodigies. Don't come near me. The 3 prodigies were terrified. They quickly backed off and couldn't hide the panic on their faces. How did you bring in a high-level shield? Jiang Changkong looked at the 3 and asked calmly. No, I don't know. That's Jin Chen's. You've already killed him. Since you don't know, then you're useless. Jiang Changkong sighed, and his body turned into a golden ray of light. The sword of the setting sun slashed across the throats of the 3. I know. Don't kill me, don't kill me. A martial artist hurriedly cried out. You know. Jiang Changkong waved his hand, and the falling blade light dissipated. Speak. The martial artist said fearfully. Actually, it wasn't Jin Chen who brought it in. Someone gave it to him. Someone gave it to him. Jiang Changkong frowned. Someone from the Sin domain? Yes, someone from the Sin domain. I don't know who exactly it is. They gave him the shield. Their goal is to kill you and all the prodigies. What? Nan Wuyang and the rest stood up. Although they were far away, they were all peak star spirits and could clearly hear this person's words. Jiang Changkong took the person's spatial equipment and threw it to Nan Wuyang. I'll leave this person to you. The blade light engulfed everything. No one else knew what had happened. They were all fighting for their lives. Unfortunately, they couldn't even block the descending blade light. Star power engulfed everything. The voices gradually quieted down, and everything dissipated. Only the equipment remained. Jiang Changkong had collected their spatial equipment. Although they didn't reap much, some of them still had some gains. Jin Qin had 3 Sin badges in his hands. A total of 110 people, 125 Sin badges, and 11 million starstones. Other than that, there were also some clothes, medicines, and a large number of 6th-level weapons. Jiang Changkong soared through the air and came to Nan Wuyang's side. He handed the sword to him. Thank you for your weapon. I'll give you 10 Sin badges. The weapon had amplified his strength. At his level of strength, even a slight amplification would be of great help to him. These 10 Sin badges could be considered as a form of care for the Nan family. I've asked clearly. Jin Chen has seen the people from the Sin domain before and has made a deal with them. Nan Wuyang accepted the Sin badges and said, Anne, I'll leave this matter to you. I'll take my leave first. Jiang Changkong said indifferently, Changkong, wait. Nan Wuyang immediately called out to him, What's the matter? Jiang Changkong stopped in his tracks. It's like this. The Sin domain has already changed. I don't know where they are hiding or how dangerous it is. I feel that it's safer to stay together. Nan Wuyang said. They had already activated their high-level protective barriers. If they didn't stay with Jiang Changkong, they wouldn't feel safe. Tomorrow I'll find you guys and we'll break through the Sin domain together. Jiang Changkong said indifferently. Everyone was startled. Break through the Sin domain. A group of rats hiding in a hole. Without breaking through the hole, they're not willing to come out. Jiang Changkong said indifferently, My patience has run out. I don't want to play anymore. Everyone, you don't want to play anymore, but we still want to. Break through the Sin domain. Do you know how big of a project that is? Chapter 241. Jiang Changkong bade farewell to Nan Wuyang and the others, and went to find Su Hingji and the others. Are you hurt? Jiang Changkong floated in the air and asked indifferently. No, Chiang Kai-sheng is very powerful. With the amulet you gave us, how could those people hurt us? The 7 of them hurried to flatter him. They were telling the truth. That was a high-level shield, and it had been broken by this guy. Although it took him a day to break it, it also proved that this guy had the strength to challenge an early-stage star embryo. In the Sin realm, where the highest level of astral spirit was, they felt that Jiang Changkong was there to bully them. Well, you go back to the beach and rest. I have something to do. Yes. The 7 of them left respectfully. Jiang Changkong found a place and sat down. This time, he used the Yuling art and Blazing Sun art. Tomorrow, he could use the star stones of the Cyan Wind Overlord to exchange for the star stones of Nan Wuyang and the others. Even Su Hengji, who was the worst, had tens of thousands of low-grade, 6th-grade starstones. Even if he didn't find all of the 100 people he had killed, it should be enough for him to trade. The Yuling art and Blazing Sun art were perfected. The star power in Jiang Changkong's body surged again. The stargate condensed, and the star power in his body and his soul continued to merge. The sand and stones around him were restrained in the air by the invisible star power. A blazing sun slowly rose, its surroundings burning with golden flames. Diamond stomping fire, diamond unbreakable, Blazing Sun art. These 2 martial arts had reached the same level. Jiang Changkong, astral spirit, Peak upper middle rank martial art. Diamond unbreakable divine art. Perfected. 5625000/5625000 Tai Chi mysterious art. Perfected. 5625000/5625000 3 strikes of grace. Perfected. 1/5625000 blazing sun art. Perfected. 5625000/5625000 Yulin art. Perfected. 5625000/5625000 cold moon art. Perfected. 1/5625000 skies and 9 clouds art. Perfected. 5625000/5625000 essence. Energy spirit. 1761559 inch with my current strength. I definitely won't need more than a day to deal. With a high-grade protective shield. Feeling the increase in strength, Jiang Changkong's heart surged. This Sin domain is mine. With his peak star spirit realm strength, he was comparable to an early-stage star embryo realm cultivator. Once he stepped into the star embryo realm, he wouldn't dare to say that he was invincible within the star embryo realm. At the very least, he would be able to continue killing those who were stronger than him. Previously, he did not have a good understanding of the major factions. He thought that all of them were terrifying and that they could casually send out high-level martial artists. Now that he understood, he didn't care too much. They were all star embryos. There weren't many star embryos, and they were extremely busy. The stellar martial artists were either exploring the wasteland or exploring the starry sky. Of course, there were also those who were in seclusion. Under such circumstances, as long as he didn't act like a crab and go against everyone, he didn't need to care too much. After stabilizing his cultivation, Jiang Changkong went to look for the 7 old men. A stone tablet fragment appeared in his hand. This was the stone tablet with the star, text engraved on it, from before. Now that it was broken, he did not take it out to deal with the high-level protective barrier. Furthermore, to be able to break it with his own strength, it could also prove his own strength. The Sin domain's barrier was definitely a star body, or even above. The stone tablet's ability to devour star power had no effect on it. This is considered a good material when I hand it over to Professor Yin, who knows he might be able to create a good little toy out of it. Jiang Changkong kept the stone tablet fragment. He believed that Professor Yin would like the material. Returning to the beach, Jiang Changkong's 3-colored stone pearl started to vibrate again. He did not care about it this time. He would flip the entire Sin domain tomorrow. Unless this thing ran out of the Sin domain, he would definitely be able to find it. Chang Kaisheng, Su Hengji, and the rest immediately stood up and welcomed him. Jiang Changkong nodded his head and asked, "How's the search for star stones in the past 3 days?" "I've already found 68 of them. They're all here." Su Hengji took off his spatial equipment and passed it to him. "But half of them are missing." "Missing half?" Jiang Changkong frowned. "What happened?" Su Hengji said, "The equipment did not record it. It should have been taken away by someone else. Furthermore, all of them are missing by half." Chang Kaisheng, "Do you think they took it away and offered it to the overlords, asking for their protection?" An old man said. Jiang Changkong pondered for a while and guessed the whereabouts of the starstones. It could have been offered to the Immortal Palace. The Immortal Palace was not a group of good people. Why would they let go of the starstones? He did not know what they were doing now, but when he broke through the Sin domain, everything would become clear. These starstones, how many are there in total? Are there 400,000 pieces of lower-grade 6th-level stones? Jiang Changkong checked the spatial equipment, looked at the mountain of starstones inside, and asked, "Definitely also, we have also put in our starstones. We did not count the exact number, but there are definitely more than 500,000 pieces of lower-grade 6th-level stones." Su Hengji and the rest said with certainty. They had found 68 of them. Even if half were missing, there were still tens of thousands of lower-grade 6th level stones. They who were miserable had at least 10,000 lower-grade 6th level stones, not to mention those who were doing well. Some were even trusted aides of the Cyan Wind Overlord. Jiang Changkong kept the spatial equipment with satisfaction. You guys take these rings. Tomorrow I plan to break through the Sin domain, and when the star stones appear, you guys help me keep them. Yes. Wait, break through the Sin domain? Su Hengji and the rest were confused. What did you just say? We did not hear it clearly. Jiang Changkong said calmly. Yes, a group of people are holed up underground. I plan to shave the heads of the island. The 7 of them. Are you planning to sink the Sin domain? Once you do that, the seawater will pour in and drown everything. At that time, you guys can just leave. Where are we going to stay? They felt that Jiang Changkong had gone crazy, but they did not dare to refute, afraid that Jiang Changkong would kill them. Jiang Changkong's expression was calm. This trip to the Sin domain, there were already changes and they could only do this. Furthermore, if they were to find a spatial tunnel, he could bring them away. Why would they stay in the Sin domain? Thinking about that, Jiang Changkong smiled. Su Hengji was initially framed by someone, and thus came in. What about the 6 of you? We fought for treasures and accidentally killed someone. One of them said. What else can it be? We were ignorant at that time and followed others to do some robberies. The 6 of them spoke one after another, and the last one stuttered. I'm fine, I was just muddle-headed at that time and made a small mistake. Small mistake? Jiang Changkong raised his head and looked at him and said expressionlessly, Speak the truth. Old Liang, if not for Chiang Kai-sheng asking. We truly do not know how you came in. The other 6 said. Old Liang was a little hesitant, obviously unwilling to say it. Really just a small mistake. Fine, if you don't want to say it, then don't say it. I won't force you. You can leave tomorrow. Jiang Changkong said indifferently. Don't. Chiang Kai-sheng, I'll say it, all right? Old Liang panicked. If he really left him, with the current situation in the Sin domain, he would not be able to live for a day. Speak. Su Hengji and the other 5 urged. Old Liang took a deep breath and said with fear, I killed my own commander. What? You killed your own commander? The 6 of them were stunned. The commander of a large province? Old Liang said slowly, the Void Realm. Jiang Changkong's eyes narrowed. The Void Realm? To be able to become a commander, you should be a high-level martial artist, right? In a place like the Void Realm, those below the high level could only be considered cannon fodder. Old Liang's strength was considered passable, but he was only a decent cannon fodder and could not kill a high-level martial artist. Old Liang held his head with both hands, his white hair in a mess. I don't even know what happened. When I went there, I lost my mind, and everyone went crazy. When I woke up, I was holding a broken sword with the power of the lunar star, stabbing my commander's body. At that time, I did not know what was going on, and then I ran. We had a recording device with us at that time. On the device, there were a total of 17 people, and they were all killed by me, including the early-stage star embryo commander. From what you said, why does it sound so fantastical? The 6 shook their heads. Lunar broken sword? What about the broken sword? Chapter 242. Jiang Changkong only had 1 sword tip on the tiny broken sword. But this sword tip was terrifying enough. High-grade materials were as fragile as tofu in front of the sword tip. If it was really a part of the sword, not to mention an early-stage star embryo, even a peak-stage star embryo's defense could be easily torn apart. Old Liang shook his head. After that, I said that there was something wrong with that place. The Federation was suspicious too. An astral body martial artist brought me there. After that, what happened after that? Tell me, Su Hengji said anxiously. Jiang Changkong was anxious too. He paid attention to old Liang's changes. He could feel that this fellow was terrified. Old Liang released his hands from his head. His eyes were bloodshot as he panted. After that, he took the broken sword and committed suicide. Committed suicide? Su Hingji and the rest were shocked. Impossible. An astral body martial artist committed suicide? They felt that old Liang was joking. An astral body martial artist committed suicide just because he took the broken sword? Old Liang took a deep breath and exhaled. I still remember what that astral body martial artist said after he died. What? The 6 of them asked curiously. Jiang Chongkong was curious too. What could make an astral body martial artist commit suicide? Lumberjack Jade Toad. Old Liang calmed down and shook his head. After that, the broken sword disappeared. All the corpses disappeared. Lumberjack? Jade Toad? Jiang Chongkong was stunned. Wasn't this the memory that he had obtained? Could it be that the place that old Liang and the rest went to was the palace in the Tying Star? Did my broken sword come out from that palace? What nonsense is this? The 6 of them mumbled. They had no idea what they were talking about. Jiang Chongkong pondered. Do you still remember the route there? I remember. But everything disappeared, including the entrance. The Federation sent people there, but they couldn't find anything. I was also thrown into the Sin domain. After all, I killed the commander with my own hands. Old Liang collapsed and wiped his face. Chiang Kai-sheng, I advise you not to be interested in that damned place. You just need to tell me the route. I might not necessarily go, Jiang Chongkong said lightly. Old Liang sat up and stared at him. Chiang Kai-sheng, I'm indebted to you for the past few days. If I tell you, I'll be harming you. You only need to tell me, Jiang Chongkong said calmly. Seeing Zhang Xian's insistence, old Liang could only tell him the route to that place. When Jiang Chongkong received the news, he wrote it down and saved it in his phone. Chiang Kai-sheng, Su Hingji wanted to persuade him again. But Jiang Chongkong raised his hand and said, You must be tired. Rest early. We still have things to do tomorrow. All right. Su Hingji sighed lightly and didn't say anything else. He couldn't change Jiang Chongkong's mind. He could only pray that Jiang Chongkong wouldn't go. Right now, Jiang Chongkong was the Su family's backer. He didn't want this backer to fall. Jiang Chongkong sat cross-legged and thought about when he should go. But he had to learn more about star literature before going. Although there was Professor Yin, but how could it be as convenient as him? What if he was able to block the signal when he arrived? For the broken sword, he had to make the trip. If he was able to assemble the broken sword and repair it, would it be able to reach the peak grade? In the future, he would find a chance to use a star martial artist to test the sharpness of the sword tip. If the sword tip was able to easily tear through a star martial artist's defense, it would definitely be a peak grade weapon. Thinking about it, Jiang Chongkong fell asleep. The next morning, Jiang Chongkong was woken up by Su Hingji. Chiang Kai-sheng, the sky is already bright. You said you had things to do, so I woke you up. Su Hingji said respectfully, Why are all of you up so early? Jiang Chongkong looked at the time. It was only 5:30. The sky had just brightened, and the other 6 had woken up. I'm used to it. I don't dare to sleep in the Sin domain. There are many people who take advantage of me. Su Hingji explained. Jiang Chongkong stood up. Let's go. We will go to the city of Sin and meet the heaven's favorites. Activating the art of Yuling, Jiang Chongkong flew into the sky with the 7 of them and headed towards the Sin domain. With the increase in his power, Jiang Chongkong's speed increased, and in a few breaths, he arrived above the Sin domain. Nan Wuyang and the others woke up as well, and the heaven's favorites gathered together. Descending, Jiang Chongkong said calmly, Everyone, you sure woke up early. It seems like you are all impatient. Who the hell is impatient? If we weren't afraid of your power, who would have gathered together to wait? The group of people rolled their eyes, cursing in their hearts, but dared not show it. Nan Wuyang cupped his hands. Chongkong, tell me, what should we do? How are we going to split the rewards? What are you all thinking? Jiang Chongkong said calmly. We had a discussion last night. We cannot return empty-handed from this trip to the Sin domain. Now we have two suggestions. If you don't agree, we can discuss. Nan Wuyang said. Tell me about it. Jiang Changkong said expressionlessly. He didn't know what these heaven's favorites wanted to play, so he decided to wait and see. If it's the same as when we fought over the mines in the Nding province, then sorry, you will all be buried here. The first suggestion is that the first place belongs to you, so don't fight with us. We will gather some star stones and give it to you. The second suggestion is that after we find the culprit, it belongs to whoever finds it first. We cannot fight over it. When Nan Wuyang finished speaking, the heaven's favorites looked at him carefully, afraid that he would get angry. In other words, if I choose the first suggestion, then I will just sit back and collect the star stones and the Order of Sin? Jiang Changkong thought about it. This suggestion wasn't bad, and the people were polite. This was completely different from the Nding province, where heaven's favorites were heaven's favorites, and their words were so nice. Yes, you agree? Nan Wuyang and the others were overjoyed. I don't agree. Jiang Changkong shook his head. How many star stones can you gather for me? Let's go with the second suggestion. It belongs to whoever finds it first. All right, the second one. Jiang Changkong smiled faintly. Wait, I haven't finished yet. I have another condition. What condition? Everyone frowned. My condition is to exchange for star stones. The ones we snatched are all unprocessed star stones. I want processed ones. Jiang Changkong took out a 6th-level low-grade starstone. 1 for 1. It's fair and just. No problem, right? No problem, the heaven's favorites said without hesitation. If you don't agree, does that mean you won't agree to our suggestion? If you rob us all, we won't even have the chance to exchange for starstones. These 7 people are my people. I believe you all know that when we move together, don't accidentally injure them, Jiang Changkong said. We won't. Nan Wuyang and the others hurriedly promised. Yesterday, Jin Qin and the others attacked these 7 people. You killed 110 people. Who the hell would touch them? Then line up and exchange for starstones. Jiang Changkong took off his spatial ring and handed it to the 7 people. They could handle the starstone exchange. He rested at the side. Chang Kaisheng, you won't go back on your word, right? One of the heaven's favorites couldn't help but ask. You can ask Jian Shuiyu, as long as I'm not an enemy. Have I ever failed to fulfill my promises? Jiang Changkong said. Jian Shuiyu nodded. Miser, you have no problem with your character. It's just that you love money too much. A gentleman loves money, but he obtains it in a proper way. I didn't rob you for no reason, Jiang Changkong said faintly. Jian Shuiyu said disdainfully, you are not a gentleman at all. Jiang Changkong couldn't help but flick her forehead. Little girl, you are slandering my image. What about the Star Demon area? Nan Wuyang asked. Chapter 243. Jiang Changkong said that's simple. Just push through. As for how to push, start from the sea. You should have earth and water elemental cultivators. Then, pile up the soil and form a barrier to stop the seawater from entering. Once the seawater enters, it will drown the entire Sin realm. Though Jiang Changkong didn't really care, he still needed to expend some energy in the sea to stop the seawater. For water elemental cultivators, it would increase their strength. There were many water elemental cultivators in the Sin realm. He wasn't sure about the Immortal Palace, but to Nan Wuyang and the others, it wasn't a good thing. It would be difficult for them to move around, and there might be many casualties. It was better to avoid it. Jiang Changkong continued, also, there are a few starstones that belong to me. I've already found them. Of course, but Chang Kaisheng hasn't taken all of them yet? Nan Wuyang asked. Nope. Those people are too good at hiding. Maybe there are star stones under the City of Sin. Jiang Changkong said, you guys should be careful too. Don't break the star stones. We've done some research before. I didn't think they would be so good at hiding. Nan Wuyang smiled. If that was the case, then they would have to be careful when they push. If that's the case, Chiang Kai-shek will have to suppress his abilities. Qing Yu walked over, his expression cold. But if we do that, our movements will slow down. Plus, we don't know how deep we have to push and when we can find them. Dressed in red, Yao Chan asked the question in her mind. How about this? Let's set it at 3,000 meters. Let's push for 3 days. Jiang Changkong said, 3,000 meters? The heavens' favorites were stunned. You really want to sink the Sin realm? Jiang Changkong knocked on the stone table. How deep does the barrier of the Sin realm go? 10,000 meters? Qin Yu said, 3,000 meters. No matter how good they are at hiding, they can't go below 3,000 meters. If we really can't find them, then after 3 days, I will go all out and push 10,000 meters. Jiang Changkong said, Everyone, how much hatred do you have with the Sin domain? Why do we feel that you are not here to find criminals, but to pacify the Sin domain? It took them half a day to exchange for starstones. As for the discussion, it was Jiang Changkong who was speaking, and the prodigies were listening. No matter how Jiang Changkong wanted to push, no one had any objections. After the discussion was over, Jiang Changkong took the starstones and left first. He said that he had something to do and asked them to postpone it for now. When he came in, a few people had met with mishaps. Including the people he killed, there were 389 people left. It was exchanged for 389,000 pieces of lower grade 6-tier starstones, 9 million essence, chi, and spirit. Now he could step into the advanced level. Although the Sin domain's barrier was powerful, but it would not restrict one from breaking through to a high level. After all, what if the heaven's favorites that entered were lucky and broke through? Only the people of Sin domain would have restrictions placed on their bodies, and thus be unable to break through. He arrived at the Star Demon's territory. With the Star Demon's protection, there shouldn't be any accidents. He first maxed out the graceful 3 blades and the cold moon technique. Completely perfected, Jiang Changkong started to improve. He wondered what would happen when he stepped into the advanced level of the 7 martial techniques. Bang! Monstrous star power rushed into the sky, and a vast might erupted. The sun and the moon rose at the same time, hanging high in the sky. White clouds lingered, covering the entire area, making it impossible for people to see what was inside. The sun and the moon emitted boundless starlight, but fortunately, the white clouds covered them, preventing them from being exposed. But even so, the terrifying star power dispersed, the unbreakable Vajra, and the Tai Chi mysterious technique all released their might. The Tai Chi swallowed the yin and yang, and the 2 powers were in balance, forming a Tai Chi diagram. Roar! A strange roar resounded, like the roar of a dragon and the roar of a tiger. A ferocious aura spread out, resounding throughout the entire Sin domain. Monstrous blood chi rushed into the sky, transforming into pure blood chi smoke, shaking the void. The void seemed to be unable to bear it, and cracks started to appear. What happened? The entire island trembled. Nan Wuyang and the rest had just walked out of the Sin domain when they realized that the ground was shaking. A terrifying power was emitted from the place where the Star Demon was rampaging, radiating out in all directions, covering the entire Sin domain. Earthquake? That doesn't make sense. The Sin domain has never experienced an earthquake before. A group of martial artists forcefully circulated their star power, stabilizing their state of mind. Roar! The strange roar sounded out again, and in the void, 6 strange golden lights appeared. Look, what's that? A martial artist pointed to the sky. 6 dazzling golden objects hung in the sky, emitting a terrifying aura. Golden star power emitted out, and dense blood chi dispersed out. Are they snakes? They look more like dragons, but they have no claws. Everyone looked at the 6 snake-like and dragon-like objects in shock. They did not recognize them at all. They were completely golden, and at one end, Blood chi condensed, forming the shape of a dragon head, with blood-red eyes releasing a strange roar. The golden light was dazzling, and the blood chi rumbled, as though they were ferocious beasts that crawled out of the primordial era. Beside them, the void cracked, as though they were unable to withstand it. High level. It's definitely a high-level creature. How can there be a high-level creature here? Screams of fear sounded out. Everyone panicked. Is the Sin domain crazy? Why are there high-level creatures here? Furthermore, there are 6 of them. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The island trembled even more intensely. The ground was cracking. The boundless star power spread out across the entire island and struck the barrier. But although the power was powerful, it was unable to do anything to the island's barrier. The bottom of the island was similarly affected. The strange roar pierced through the ground and went deep underground. What's going on? Earthquake? And what's that sound? It's a high-level star demon. It's definitely a high-level star demon. In the underground space, mud and boulders fell. One after another martial artist screamed in fear. Quiet! A golden barrier appeared and spread out, protecting the martial artists. It's just a small movement. Why are you panicking? A black-robed man said coldly. With the protection of the barrier and the appearance of the black-robed man, the martial artists seemed to have found their backbone and calmed down. The black-robed man turned and left and came to the 9 seated people. You guys have been in the Sin domain for so many years. Are there any high-level creatures in the Sin domain? No, the Sin domain does not have high-level creatures. The 9 of them shook their heads at the same time. What about high-level treasures? The black-robed man asked again. You're joking. If there were high-level treasures, we would have snatched them long ago. The Federation would have snatched them long ago. One of them sneered. The black-robed man's face beneath the black robes became gloomy. Seems like the Sin domain still has secrets that we do not know of. That roar just now, what was that? The 9 of them asked. I'm not sure either. It should have been released by a high-level creature, and furthermore, it used star power. The black-robed man said gloomily. The strange roar had completely destroyed his plans. How can a high-level creature appear in the Sin domain? Could it be that one of the heaven's favorites broke through? A lady asked. Chi mo xian. That was the roar of a beast, not a human. The black-robed man shook his head and said, You guys rest first. I'll pay attention. The strange roar and boundless star power affected the entire island. And outside the island, and Shanha, who was supposed to pay attention to the situation in the Sin domain, had disappeared. Lin Qin, the high-level martial artist overseeing the Sin domain, was also nowhere to be found.